Ontario, the site of the St. Clair College Sportsplex, and that's where tonight OCA volleyball action is taking place. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to OCA volleyball action here on we-tv.ca. My name is Dominic Pop. I'll be your host for this evening. It's the Lady St. Clair College Saints taking on the Fanshawe Falcons. A good West Division battle here this evening. The Falcons come into this game sitting in 7th place with a 4-10 record. Really in a slump as of late, though, going 1-6 in their last 7 matches. The slump began playing the St. Clair College Saints, so the Saints would like to see that continue here this evening. As for the St. Clair team, they're sitting right now in 4th place with a record of 8-5. They had their 4-game winning streak snapped on the weekend by Humber College, so head coach Chris Brecka is hoping to get back in the win column here this evening. She really feels her team has a good shot at finishing 3rd in the standings, and if they can finish 3rd in the standings, probably will get a home court playoff game. So that's the goal that Coach Chris Brecka has put out to her team. She says if they win the rest of their games throughout the regular season, that they should be able to attain that 3rd spot in the West Division. So we're looking for a good match here tonight. Our play-by-play team is in place, so I'll send it over to courtside to Dave Austin and Neil McTavish for the call.
Welcome, Neil, and welcome. I want to give a shout out as well to all our viewers in the Windsor area, Saints fans and others, and also welcome to any viewers who are following us in the London area as well. Special shout out to my son Dan, who's listening in tonight and watching all the way from College Station, Texas. And I know, Neil, you probably have someone you want to say hello to as well before we get started.
Yeah, my daughter will be proud to see me on TV, sitting up there in Toronto, a fledgling actress. Hello, Katie, and the other 2 Ks, Crystal and Kelly. And Dave, I can never get over how nice this complex is.
You're certainly right, Neil. It's a spectacular venue, and I know that everyone associated with St. Clair College is immensely pleased with the final product that they have here, and I can't see it doing anything but helping recruiting for all the varsity teams in the future. Just a little bit about tonight's first match tonight, folks. The St. Clair women's team, as Dom said, is fighting for a playoff spot, and with a win tonight should clinch a playoff spot in the OCAA West Division. They're a good mix of what I'll say old and new. Coach Chris Brecka has brought in a couple of very important new recruits this year who have played a very large role in the success of the team. Kayla Crow. Well, we'll continue after the anthem.
Manpower. That's our specialty. We use it to build infrastructure, like the billion-dollar parkway. That's real manpower in action. End-to-end over 1,000 strong, forming bridges, carving out tunnels, shaping roadways. Our manpower is in demand. Well-trained, highly skilled, tough as nails. We've got what it takes to build your career. A solid career for building a better future. LiUNA. Feel the power.
Bye.
Great. My car's blocked in.
I got this. I think the parking brake is on. Geez, what's in this thing? Rocks?
Yeah, hi, just a reminder, you're watching OCAA Volleyball on we-tv.ca. We have a great game today.
Adding new products or services to your brochure.
All right, Neil, thanks very much. And as we were saying before the break, Coach Braca has brought in a couple of key freshmen this year who are playing a very critical role in the success of the Saints. 5'11" Kayla Crow from Tecumseh and 6' middle Shalina Horst from Ontario, as well Morgan Demers from Bell River, a 5'9" left side. And as the old adage goes, Neil, you can't coach height. And that has certainly helped the Saints. They've gotten bigger this year. Officials checking the lineups before we get going. Our up official tonight is Mark Everts and the down official Paul Higgins. As we're mentioning, the Saints would love to get this match tonight and clinch a playoff berth in the OCAA West Division. Serving to start for Fanshawe is number 5, the setter Darian Gropp, and she serves it into the net, 1-0 Saints.
That's a tough start.
As a coach, you never want to see the match start that way. Sarah Yablonsky serving for the Saints. Little miscommunication on the set, and that ball goes out.
A little scrambly to start, Dave. I'd say some nerves.
Yep, Saints are starting a new setter tonight. Number 4, Melissa Gowdy, and she might be a little bit nervous. We'll see as the match progresses. Free ball coming to the Saints. That's a block at the net. Stephanie Bignall. And the Saints benefit from a poor pass.
We almost had
Falcons.
a souvenir here, Dave.
We did.
Can we take the ball and go home with it?
Might be a little too early in the night, Neil.
Okay. I'm a pretty fast runner.
That ball was touched on the block, and it's 2-2. Stephanie Bignall back to serve for the Falcons. Scrambly start for both teams. Saints looking to run the middle.
Have yet to see a hard hit, Dave.
Nope, the Falcons have been all over the Saints' attack so far. They've gotten a hand on just about everything. We'll see if the Saints' offense can adjust as the match wears on. That serve is out, 3-3. Number 12, one of the freshmen we were talking about, Shalina Horst, back to serve. She's been a key cog this year.
Nice little knuckle serve.
Oh, nicely done. Darian Gropp with a great shoot set to the middle.
Francis Ruiz, I think, took that one, Dave.
Yes,
nice hit.
She's one of the top offensive players for the Falcons this year statistically. There we go. The middle offense works for the Saints. Helen Weeb.
And a Weeby from Leamington down on Lake Erie, tomato capital of Canada.
She's having a great season, Neil. She's ranked 9th overall statistically in the OCAA. So the third-year player is showing a lot of leadership this year for the Saints. They'll go to her often. Weeby again, but the roll shot is out. 5-4 Falcons. Randy Carey back to serve for the Falcons. Into the net. You don't see coaches complain as much about missed serves as they did in the past, Neil. They like to see their team serve tough. Free ball for the Saints.
Oh, another souvenir, Dave.
Yep. Good hit there. Saints take the lead, 6-5. Weeby back to serve.
Pace has picked up a bit here, Dave. The jitters are gone. Oh, nice hit.
Falcons are blocking very well. Back row attack from Horst, and that works for a point for the Saints, 7-5. First time somebody has pulled ahead by more than a point in this match, and it looks like the girls, as you said, Neil, are warming to the task.
Also like to welcome our viewers from Fanshawe College in London.
8-5, the roll shot works, and the Saints open up some daylight early in this match.
Yeah, Windsor and London have always shared great competitions, whether it's Windsor Western or the Spitfires and the Knights, but another great one tonight with Fanshawe and St. Clair College.
There's always intensity between these two cities whenever athletics are involved. Neil, you're certainly right about that. Francis Ruiz back to serve for the Falcons. One of the top statistical leaders for the Falcons this year. Free ball given up. Good block at the net by Sarah Yablonsky of the Saints, but got hit down the line. Works for the Falcons, and it's 8-7. They close the gap. Saints still on top. That's a poor pass.
As you know, Dave, your passes to the setter always have to be good.
Well, Melissa Gowdy couldn't be faulted on that. She was a very tough pass to handle, and we're back even again.
Oh,
nice start by Gowdy. Smart decision. She's in the front row, and she makes the Falcons pay.
Excellent block.
Both teams are playing well at the net defensively, Neil, so far.
Moving the ball around nicely. Some nice back sets.
Violation Saints, and it's 9-9. The setter for the Falcons. Darian Gropp back to serve. And that didn't get over. 10-9. Falcons take the lead once again.
You know, looking at the scores in the last match that these two teams played, we had 25-23, a 25-23, and a 25-11. So both teams are probably pretty evenly matched.
Again, the net play of the Falcons, Stephanie Bignell, big on the block. And now they open up a 2-point lead. Oh. There's the big hit from the freshman, Shalina Horst.
She's pretty well had that down by just past the attack line.
Shalina playing right side for the Saints. And that ball was out. The back row attack attempt by the Saints. 12-10 Falcons. Taylor McDonald back to serve for the Falcons. Melissa Gowdy can handle that pass. poor decision that time on Melissa's part, I think, and Coach Brecka calls a timeout. At the timeout, score Saints 13, Falcons 10. You are watching OCAA Volleyball on we-tv.ca. We're back here at the brand new St. Clair College Athletic Complex. First time out in the first game of the women's match. The Fanshawe Falcons hold a 3-point lead over the St. Clair Saints, 13-10.
So Dave, if you were coach, what would have you told your team during that timeout?
Well, I think St. Clair is just not passing the ball as crisply as they need, and I think that might have been a focus of Coach Brecka's timeout talk. Falcons quickly push it to a 4-point lead as that tip is out of bounds, outside the antenna.
There's a little shoot pass.
Falcons are getting everything. They're getting their hands on everything at the net, and that's been the difference so far.
Yeah, they're trying to, St. Clair's trying to nitpick on getting that line, and they're just missing it. It's cost them about 3 points in the last few minutes.
Well, Stephanie Bignell's been big right after her name there at
clever,
the net.
Dave.
Yep, and she's been big at the net.
There we go.
And I think it's a bit in St. Clair's head. But that roll shot works, and we're back to 15-11. Number 14, Kaylee McKenzie from Windsor, back to serve for the Saints. And it's a great serve. Nearly falls in untouched for a point. 15-12. Kaylee's in her second year. Plays right side. Played for Mark Waslick at Holy Names. Fine volleyball coach in the local area for many years. And there's Helen Weeby. Big hit. That's why she's one of the statistical leaders. She doesn't jump high, Neil, but she's 6 feet tall and she gets her hand over the ball consistently.
If you're on the other side of that, it put your eye out.
Ooh. Big block by the Saints. Weeby again seems to be getting that right arm warmed up.
Libero in the back row getting a nice swing at that one.
And that ball's out. And the Saints have quickly closed the gap. 15-14, Fanshawe. Big block set there by the two freshmen.
Randy Carey getting a nice swing out at power there.
Shalina Horst with the tip. That falls for a point. Fanshawe suddenly looks like they're a little back on their heels, Neil, after a few hard hits by the Saints.
We got ourselves a new game until that one went into the net.
And an untimely missed serve there. We'll see if the Saints can keep the momentum going. Stephanie Bignell moves to the back row and serves for the Falcons.
Little jump set.
Looks like Fanshawe likes to use that quick shoot in the middle. Oh, and that tip is out.
Those Lions people are getting tired of raising their arms for out balls.
Well, the Saints have tipped a few balls out, and I think, as I said, the block has them worried. That roll shot works.
Nice little cross court. Helen Wiebe again, playing very intelligent volleyball.
Back tied once again. And that's hit into the net by the Falcons, and the Saints put their nose out front again.
Okay, so still looking at the standings, Saints are 4th place in the West region. Fanshawe in 7th place. And reminder, you're watching OCAA Volleyball on we-tv.ca.
That timeout was taken by the Falcons, Neil, and that means each team has used one timeout. I think that was a timely timeout by Coach Johnson of the Falcons. It looked, after they got their nose out front, it looked like they were starting to let it slip away, and they got a little bit tentative on the last few points.
So when we look at the West Division standings, Humber is in first with 30 points. Niagara and Chariton tied for 24. Redeemer at 16. Cambrian 12. Mohawk 8, Conestoga 4, and Boyle 0 points.
The Saints would sure love to move up to that 3rd spot. That would guarantee them a home playoff game. They're going to need to win just about all of the rest of their 5 remaining games for that to happen. We're starting here tonight. And Shalina Horse's effective serve falls in. That died as soon as it went over the net, and the Saints are up 19-17. It's crunch time now.
2-point lead. Great serve.
They're going to get a free ball out of it. Let's see if the Saints can take advantage. They go middle, but that block is there again.
That's that little short one. They don't seem to be having any luck with that one.
Well, the Falcons have had all the answers with their blocking defense whenever the Saints have tried their middle attack tonight. The substitution Falcons, number 15, Jacqueline Harding in. Number 11, Melissa Belanger out. Harding to serve. And it's an effective one. You can see why Coach Johnson put her in. That's a point, 19-19.
Helen Wiebe tried for the little short dump shot there, and it's a little low on it.
And Harding misses the second serve.
It's almost like nerves from the first serve to 20 points into the game here.
Kayla Crow back to serve. And she serves it into the net. So we're tied at 20, Neil, and it's 1st to 5 now.
Well, the past scores 25-23. Let's see if that can forecast.
Very effective serve. Puts the Saints back on their heels, and they have to give up a free ball.
Cross-court hit.
Nice pass by Wiebe there, and then they get a good, strong attack.
That was well played, Dave.
It was.
Good pass.
Kaylee McKenzie with the hard hit. She finished off a good pass and a good set. Strong, just like you're supposed to do. And the Falcons call, yes.
Out of rotation by Mr. Higgins.
Critical call at this point in the game. Falcons could ill afford giving up a point that easily.
Little debate over who's in what position.
The down official, Paul Higgins, will check the rotation once again.
He's got that little cheat sheet in his pocket, Dave.
And this is exactly what it's there for.
Okay, it's resolved and off we go.
He's making sure everyone is back in their proper position. Falcons still give up the point. Helen Wiebe to serve. Oh, good block by the Saints, and that's going to be a double contact.
Yep.
And the Saints have rattled off 3 critical points in a row.
That's a great double block on the Saints side.
Timeout Falcons to be expected, second of the game. We want to remind you that you're watching OCAA Volleyball on we-tv.ca.
Now, Dave, it's been a back and forth match. Fanshawe had the lead, and St. Clair. Right now, St. Clair looks like they have a little bit of an edge. This means a good passing, hard hits, especially by Helen Wiebe. And like you said, you can't teach height, but she's learned quite a bit to use her height to her advantage.
Well, Neil, when you get to this point in the season, the standings generally don't lie. The Saints are 8-5, the Falcons are 4-10, and one of the reasons for that is late in the games, these teams are all usually well matched, and late in the games, the teams that can stay to the task, stick to the fundamentals, and do that well are the ones that end up winning.
I think when you're out there on the court, you also focus a lot more when you take a look at that scoreboard and see how close it is, and you know what's at stake. So you sort of settle down and make sure you make the smart hits and the plays that the coach has designed you to make.
Well, so far, Coach Brecka's decision to rest her usual starting setter, Desiree Redding, and playing Melissa Gowdy has worked, and there's another point for the Saints. Somewhat fortunate. The serve by Helen Wiebe ticks the top of the net, falls over, and it's suddenly game point.
Must have been the top spin.
A little of that Leamington juice she puts on the ball.
That's right, that's right.
Falcons on the block again and again.
Still alive. Some good volleyball right here.
Falcons not going away quietly.
Yeah,
A turn and hit by the setter. The Saints read it.
Oh, they got it.
Sarah Yablonski with the tip by the block for the point. And the Saints take game number 1 of the match, 25-20. We want to remind you, once again, you're watching OCAA Volleyball on we-tv.ca.
Imagine a place to climb, to tumble, to fly, to run, to glide, to achieve, where a sense of health, friendly competition, and growth all come together. Can you imagine that place, that destination? We have, and we're building it right now in Windsor, with a planned development of almost 200,000 square feet of athletic playground, and that's just on the inside. Central Park Athletics, some of it's already here, the rest is coming soon. Imagine that.
1 out of 7 children across Canada are at risk of going to school on an empty stomach. That's why Breakfast Club of Canada provides a healthy breakfast to school kids nationwide every day, which can help to build a bright future for Canada's children. But there are still many more children who need our help. So please help us provide breakfast to the children who need it. Donate now on our new giving platform, ICanGoWithout.com. and visit breakfastclubcanada.org for more information.
We're back here at the beautiful St. Clair College Athletic Complex, and the Saints have the first game under their belt, lead this match 1-0 over the visiting Fanshawe Falcons. What were your impressions of the first game?
Well, you know, Dave, it started off nip and tuck. People hitting the net, little tips, and probably when we got up to about 15-15, they seemed to sort it out and bear down, and we had on both sides good passes, great sets, and some nice pummeling hard shots.
Well, the statistics bear out what has been going on most of the year. Number 9, Helen Levy, and the Saints led the team in attacks with 12, with kills with 4, and also in digs with 10. So she is doing it on both ends of the floor, offensively and defensively. And the third-year player out of Leamington, Ontario, is certainly leading by example again for the Saints. She's having a wonderful year. Saints send out the same lineup that they had start the first game, and the Falcons look like they made a couple of minor changes. We'll identify those as the match wears on. Referees checking the lineups before the start of the second game. And the serve will be with the Saints. Number 4, Melissa Gowdy, the setter who is playing tonight for the Saints. Not the usual starter, but Coach Brecka has gone with her tonight, and she worked out well in the first match.
There we go. Hard shot down the line.
Hard shot down the line by the Falcons. The Saints got a hand on it, but not enough. 1-0 Falcons. Their setter, Darian Gropp, serving. Good serve taken by the Saints libero.
Both teams moving their feet well, getting to the ball.
And that's out. You know, we mentioned the libero for the Saints, Monica Roche. She has had a wonderful year as well. She plays so actively in the back row. Certainly has been a key cog for the Saints this year.
Yeah, the other very everyday volleyball player very seldom would see a libero. They have a very special task of picking up all the back row hard shots, junk, whatever the case might be, and they could be called to come in at any time in that back row.
Mishandled ball by the Saints setter, Melissa Gowdy. 2-1 Falcons. Monica Roche with the pass again, and that turns into a Saints point as Shalina Horst buries it from the right side. 2-2.
Touch on Fanshawe. Ball goes out of bounds.
Kaylee McKenzie back to serve for the Saints. Second-year player, holy names. And that hit is out by the big middle of the Falcons, Stephanie Bignell. She's had a great match defensively so far. She's been up, blocking consistently all night. But that offensive effort goes awry. Right back to her, and Kayla Kroll reads it. The freshman from Tecumseh, Ontario with the big block. 4-2 Saints.
I think I see her dad in the stands there watching.
Her dad is a player of some repute as well.
Yes. At least he likes to think he is.
Still playing at a very high level for his age.
He must be, is he 80 now?
At least halfway there.
Plays like a couple 40-year-olds.
There we go. Oh, a
There's
break
a
for the Saints.
little bit of top spin, rolls it over the net.
The top spin roll. Got 90% of the net, I think, but managed to get over, and the Saints go up 5-3. Shalina Horst back to serve.
It's that little quick shoot set. They like to run that, don't they?
They do. The Falcons have run it consistently tonight, and that was Francis Ruiz just making a very intelligent shot for the point.
I just caught Griff wagging his ears there at the other team. I haven't been watching him.
The Saints mascot Griff patrolling the sidelines tonight. 6'4".
Wonder if he's got something in that barrel under his neck.
Number 11, Kayla Groh, tough serve. Puts the Falcons on their back foot.
Very soft hands.
And there you go.
Great play.
Shalina Horst with the back row hit from the right side. Off the block and down for the point. 7-4 Saints.
Helen Weeby has a lot of control. The ball was a little off her back shoulder. She had the good sense to stop and still hammer the thing.
Good rally here.
This might be the best of the night.
It's certainly the longest.
I've seen that move before.
And that's going to be 4 contacts. I don't know if that was the best decision. Almost worked. The top of the net just caught the ball and held it back in the Saints' court. Saints a little confused on rotation. They get it back straight. Fanshawe the serve. Monica Roche with one of her few bad passes there. To the middle again. That's where the Falcons have been scoring tonight. Francis Ruiz.
It's a 1-point game right now, 7-6.
The Falcons calmly get back into it. Number 7, Manuela Alvarez with a tough serve for the Falcons, and suddenly we're tied again. Game of momentum.
Little bump set.
And that's in. 4 straight points reeled off by the Falcons. Alvarez's serve seems to be putting the Saints back on their heels. But she misses that one. Into the net. Break for the Saints. It's 8-8.
Both teams being fairly aggressive this game, Dave. Some good passes, some hard hits. There's ones right there. Back row.
Smart hit by Horst, but it was read by the Fanshawe setter, Gropp. Nice pass there by Monica Roche. The Falcons continue to block consistently.
Ooh, this was basketball. That would have been a nice dunk.
And that works again, out of the middle, Francis Ruiz. Saints have had few answers for her so far.
Some great play there at the net, eh, Dave? That was a nice touch on both teams.
It's becoming apparent the strength of these Fanshawe Falcons is up the middle, at least for their offense. And as well their defense. Their blocking has been great as well so far.
Yeah, Windsor, the St. Clair seems to set it out to the power or back set to the weak side.
There's a timeout by St. Clair, Neil. We're going to throw it over to Dom on the sidelines.
Thanks a lot, guys. We're in the best location in the house here at the St. Clair College Sportsplex, high above in one of the boxes here. And none other than the president of the St. Clair College family, Dr. John Strasser, taking in the action here tonight. Thanks for doing this with us, Dr. Strasser. And certainly this has got to be so gratifying to see this building and the usage that it's getting, and certainly the reviews that you're getting on this complex. It's just outstanding here.
Well, we are. We opened in October officially, but we've had a lot of people come here to take a look, to see what in the future provincial or national events. So we're thrilled. We have the national basketball here next year, and we've got the volleyball championships, of course, in a month. So it's exceeded expectations.
What was absolutely vital in the planning for this facility that you wanted to make sure it was here, put in place, so that you had something special?
Well, I think the fact that it's a triple gym, one of the few east of Hamilton, if you want. The fact that we have 12 dressing rooms, a lot of time to run, waiting for people to move out so you can get prepared for a game. We took away all of that. And of course, having the box up here so we can have, like we opened the opening night, we had the Board of Governors here to watch the basketball game. We can get people from the community who want to come and share some of the excitement with us, but doing it in a little bit more private way. So it's good. The viewing from either side of the court is great. The elevated one on the west side, absolutely amazing. So yeah, it's worked out really well for us.
The crew here has done a phenomenal job. Congratulations to you, Dr. Strasser. This is a great complex for you and the college and our city, and we're so very happy that you got the job done.
Well, great to see you here. Keep up the good work.
We're going to try our best. That's Dr. John Strasser of the St. Clair College family here. Let's go back down to floor level with our play-by-play team, Dave Austin and Neil McTavish.
Coming out, the timeout, positively, the Saints rattle off 2 quick points. Fanshawe back with one of their own, and it's now 11-10. Yes, I want to echo what Dom was saying. President Strasser certainly should be congratulated for his leadership spearheading such a beautiful facility. It's been a wonderful addition to our community.
Yeah, anytime we can add another sports facility in this city, especially of this caliber, it sure brings attention to what's becoming a thriving city once again.
Saints make a substitution in the meantime. Desiree Redding comes in to set, number 3, replacing Melissa Gowdy. Falcons miss the serve. Saints accommodate right back, and it's 13-11 for the Falcons. Number 8, Taylor McDonald, back to serve for Fanshawe. We'll see if the insertion of Desiree at center.
She made a beautiful back set there, Dave, and
she did.
Just blew it out of bounds, unfortunately.
Kaylee just mishit it, Kaylee McKenzie, and it's 14-11 Fanshawe.
Must be the adrenaline.
There you go. Nice set. Smartly hit by Shalina Horst.
Nice cross court all the way into that dead corner over near the 1 position.
Redding and Horst seem to have clicked this year, Neil. They've formed quite a lethal combination for the Saints. And I expect to see Shalina's game pick up even more with Desiree back in the match. And timeout Falcons as the Saints narrow it to 14-13.
1 point difference. Reminder, you're watching OCA Volleyball on we-tv.ca. Shout out to maybe some of the guys down in Florida that have tuned in this evening.
Yes, I hear a couple of our old volleyball friends, such as Barry Hillman, might be listening in tonight.
Yeah, and Johnny Preer, a local boy who thinks he can vacation during the winter just because he's retired.
It's good to see people listening from all across North America and perhaps even further, Neil, tonight. And so far, we've been treated to some pretty entertaining volleyball. The first match was nip and tuck until about the 20-point mark, and So far, this game has turned out to be very similar. 14-13 Falcons. Saints serving. Saints leading 1-0 in the match. And that's point for St. Clair. Again, an effective serve.
We got a foot fault there.
Kaylee McKenzie's serve just seems to suddenly run out of air when it passes over that net, and it's been giving the Falcon defenders fits so far.
Oh, nice touch on that set.
Good pass by Redding to Horst, right back to her for the back row hit. And it's point St. Clair on the miscue by the Falcons. Substitution for Fanshawe. Number 4, Randy Carey in. Manuela Alvarez out.
Yeah, you were right, Dave, when you said that Monica Roach really adds something to that team, just playing the libero position. She's in on every pickup behind the attack land.
Well, that's her land behind
Yes,
that attack
that's
line,
what I meant,
and she
yes.
owns it, and that's what you need to see as a coach. You want a libero who embraces the position, who wants to play defense. They're not going to get the offensive fame or the stats. They're going to do the hard work, the grunt work, if you want to call it that. But you cannot run any offense at this level without somebody consistently passing the ball. That's her job, and she does it well. Shalina Horst makes up for her own poor pass to start that sequence and buries the back. Actually, it wasn't a back row hit. She moves to the back row now. Buries the hit from the right side. Point Saints, 17-16. And as we said in the last game, Neil, it's crunch time again. Here we are, both teams.
Well, that's the way they play them, these two teams. This is about the time we separate the girls from the ladies. Great hit.
Helen Wiebe not backing down. Nice set to the middle, but again, the Falcons blocking defense in the middle.
Helen just picks the line on that one.
The Saints are kind of at a loss out of the middle. They haven't had much of an attack out of the middle, but Helen Wiebe saves them on that point again with a smart cross-court hit.
Well, you know, they haven't been that successful hitting out of the middle. The Fanshawe girls have been blocking nicely, so going out, so faking the middle and going outside has really worked for them.
Substitution for the Falcons. Alyssa Belanger comes out, and Lydia Josipovic in to serve. Tough spot coming on off the bench cold and being asked to put in an effective serve. Wiebe powers it through the block. Strong hit. 19-17, St. Clair. And Kayla Crow back to serve, hopefully for that critical 20th point. Not yet, as that ball is wiped off the block by number 4, Randy Carey for the Falcons, and she's back to serve. Falcons down 1.
I love the knuckle serves.
And that's a touch.
Yep.
Wiebe scores again. And you notice where the Saints offense goes when the game is on the line. They go to Helen as much as they can.
And she's playing out of the back row right now.
Wow. Hit by Kaylee McKenzie. She has played well tonight. She's been aggressive. She's served aggressively. She's hit the ball aggressively. And that's timeout Falcons. Score Saints 21, Falcons 18.
And a reminder that you're watching OCAA Volleyball on we-tv.ca. Call your friends and tell them to tune in.
Good evening, sir. Where are you coming from?
I was just at a buddy's watching a game.
Have you consumed any alcohol tonight?
I had a couple beers.
Thanks. Can I ask you to step out of the vehicle, please?
How many drinks does it take to impair your ability to drive safely? Having even just a few casual drinks can impair your driving ability to the point that you could lose your license for at least 3 days or more.
Hi, honey. Can you come pick me up?
Play it safe with alcohol. If you plan on drinking, don't plan on driving.
Like our champions, we know what it takes to win. Every day we put on our uniforms and we strive to be the best. Ring after ring, we keep practicing until it becomes second nature. Our craftsmen have put in thousands of hours to master their trade. And when things get tough, we make the adjustments needed to stay on top. Baron Championship rings. This is who we are.
Okay, just after that. Oh, go ahead, Dave.
Yep, here we are back at the St. Clair College Athletic Complex where the Saints have scored another point off the break. Line violation by the Falcons at the net.
Great pick up there by Fanshawe, but you know, when you put those ducks up above the net, they make for easy pickings. And
so Yablonski took advantage, made the block, and then made the hit for the point.
Slammed it down.
Monica Roche, great defense.
These girls are playing their hearts out.
Step around attempt by the Saints, doesn't work. Point Falcons.
It was a great looking play if it goes an inch higher over the net there.
A little slow to develop, Neil. At this level, you got to run that thing a little faster than the Saints just did. And Griff trying to hex the server, Francis Ruiz. Doesn't work. Point.
There's that double block in the middle again.
And Stephanie Bignall has been big. I've said it a couple times tonight. She is getting her hands on everything at the net defensively.
I'm surprised the referees haven't yellow carded Griff yet.
Well, he's doing it silently at least.
And behind their back, there's nothing like we can sit there and do things behind Higgins back here and he wouldn't know either.
A little bit of a run here for the Falcons. Down 2 at this critical juncture of the game. And that's in. Haley McKenzie with a critical hit.
I know
24-21.
I know you and I disagree on this, David, but I think that power hitter is it's a classic position. I think only the best players can play that position.
Coming from a true power hitter.
Well, you know what they say about setters.
Oh, but there's the right side hitter putting the nail in the coffin. Shalina Horst with a big hit. Big hit.
That was straight down.
25-21 Saints. That gives them a 2-0 lead, and we're reminding you that you're watching OCAA Volleyball on we-tv.ca.
Take one empty field, round up a group of players, add 3 bases, plus 1 home plate, throw in a softball, and add an umpire. Play ball! It's not hard to get a game of softball going, and to keep it going from the time you're 4 till you're 84. Softball. Get in the game.
It's not too late to start your post-secondary education at St. Clair College. We have everything you need to help you register for this September. Not sure what career path works for you? The knowledgeable staff in our admissions office can help you make that choice. Just bring in your transcripts and we'll get you started. We're here Monday through Thursday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Fridays from 10 a.m. till 4. For a list of open programs, go to our website. At St. Clair College, our focus is you.
In Canada, more than 13 million volunteers contribute over 2 billion hours every year. Volunteers support us in everything we do, and communities thrive because of it. At Volunteer Canada, we encourage and strengthen community involvement. We work with a broad range of partners to promote and support our shared vision of a vibrant Canada. To learn more, visit thenewvolunteer.ca, your connection to Canada's volunteering community.
Aboriginal youth have a desire to create, learn, grow.
No computer, no future.
One laptop, one child at a time, one simple gesture.
Give a kid a chance.
Let's help give them the tools to succeed.
Let's buy a child a laptop.
Do yourself a favor, go online, check it out.
I got a laptop!
Find out how you can help. Visit the website today.
Manpower. That's our specialty. We use it to build infrastructure, like the $1 billion Parkway. That's real manpower in action. End to end, over 1,000 strong, forming bridges, carving out tunnels, shaping roadways. Our manpower is in demand. Well trained, highly skilled, tough as nails. We've got what it takes to build your career. A solid career for building a better future. LiUNA. Feel the power.
Welcome back to St. Clair College, where the third game of this match has just begun with the serve by the Falcons, Darian Gropp, and we're right back into the action. 2-0 Saints, as they hope to wrap up a playoff position tonight in the OCAA West. First two games were exactly the same score, 25-20 Saints.
Yeah, they were played similarly too, Dave. Back and forth for a while, then at about 17 points, and St. Clair dominated.
Well, and the statistics from the first two games bear out a lot of truths for both teams, and one of them is that the Falcons offense runs through their middles, Neil. Stephanie Bignell and Francis Ruiz leading the team with 18 kills each and 18 attacks each and 5 kills each. So there's no secret where the Falcons are coming from. They're running through the middle. Bignell and Ruiz are their strongest players, and they've jumped out quickly to a 2-0 lead here. Ooh. 3-0 Falcons. After the first two matches, the Saints have shown a little bit more balance in their offensive attack. Helen Wiebe, Shalina Horst, and Kaylee McKenzie all well into double digits in attacks, and Kayla Crow joins them as well. Sarah Yablonsky, the ball has been spread around quite well by the St. Clair setters, but they're off to a shaky start in this game. It's 4-0 Falcons, and you don't want to let them get too much out in front, Neil.
No, I always looked at 5 points as being the magic number. We want to keep inside of that. Once again, we want to welcome those people from London and those affiliated with Fanshawe College tuning in tonight. Your team is off to a quick 5-0 lead in the third game, with St. Clair taking the first two games.
Saints need to stop this leak right now, and they do with a block. Sarah Yablonsky with the big power block, and it's 5-1 Falcons with
little change of pace there with Desiree Redding giving that little tip over the net. They weren't expecting it.
She's back to serve for the Saints. I also want to say hello, Neil, to my brand new grandson down in College Station, Texas, little Xavier, who is watching tonight with my son Dan and my daughter-in-law Laura, all the way from College Station, hoping they're enjoying the match back in their hometown, Windsor.
I think your brother just sent me a picture of your grandson jumping for joy when you called out his name there. I just picked it up on Facebook.
Well, that would be nice, but he might be a little too young for that right now. Time will tell if he has any volleyball in him. And a smart tip there by Shalina Horst. She has really come on since the second half of the second game. And she's now challenging Helen Wiebe for statistical leader for the Saints in this match at this moment. Not too much of a surprise, though. As I mentioned earlier, Helen Wiebe is 9th in overall statistics in the OCAA, but Shalina Horst is 18th in the league as well, and that's quite an accomplishment for a freshman.
Sure is, sure is.
7-2 Falcons. They've jumped out to a quick start here, and their big middle, Stephanie Bignell, back to serve. Smart tip. Shalina Horst again. She's been attacking from all three positions in the net. Left side, middle, right side. That hit is out, but it is off the block, tip. And the Falcons just seem to be a lot more aggressive to start this game.
They didn't call a tip on that one. The referees are discussing it. Linesperson didn't catch the tip, and the referee didn't see one, so Windsor ball out of bounds.
In any case, the Falcons are much more aggressive so far this third game. They don't want to get on that bus right now.
But only 3 points. They ran that play that Windsor tried to do, or St. Clair tried to do a little earlier with a little more success.
Melissa Belanger successful getting that ball through the block. And she goes back to serve with the Falcons leading 8-4. Frances Ruiz on the block. (9-4) Fanshawe. Smart hit by Shalina Horst down the line. Sometimes hitting it hard is not the answer, but hitting it smart gets the job done. Shalina with a tough serve and takes the first pass on the overpass.
Oh, a little backhand pickup there.
Great pickup by the Fanshawe defense.
Almost pancake-ish. Is there such a word, Dave? Pancake-ish?
You just made it up, Neil, and I'm sure it'll be in the dictionary by next year.
Give them a call. Oh, great block, great block.
Double block there by Helen Wiebe and Kayla Crow. I don't know who got their hands on it, but it was effective in any case, and the Saints crawl back to 3 points down at 6 serving 9.
Almost a semi-roof there.
Out of bounds off the Saints. 10-6 Falcons. Number 4, Randy Carey serving off the top of the net. Helen Wiebe can't power that through the block. They go back to her again, and she's blocked again. Frances Ruiz. I'm very impressed with the Fanshawe blocking tonight, especially from their middles, Neil.
Well, they get the double blocks almost every time. Hands are close together, and they're making perfect blocks.
That serve is out.
Still only a 4-point game, though.
Kayla Crow back to serve. Saints 7, Falcons 11.
That's a better serve for her. Just over the top.
That set was a little too tight to the net. Didn't give Helen Wiebe much room, but She gets the return pass and makes a smart cross-court cut for the point.
Looked a little bit like the Seacliff smash, Dave.
Well, that's a well-known shot down in Leamington.
It is, it is.
Effective double block again for the Lancers, and Desiree Redding with the smart dump on the second contact catches Falcons by surprise.
Yeah, there was a little hole in the middle. She was looking at it, saw it, and dumped it.
And
good play.
Falcons looked like they were playing campfire defense on that one. Everybody in a circle. And she does it again.
Yep.
2 in a row.
They left the
Desiree
hole
Redding.
open. She put it in. Not to mention Kayla's 3 great serves in a row there. Timeout's called.
Timeout Falcons. We're going to send it over to Dom, who has another interview for us.
Thanks a lot, guys. We're down here at courtside. The head coach of the men's volleyball team here at St. Clair College, Rob Lynch, joins us. His team will be in action immediately following this game here this evening. And it's a very important match, Rob, with this Fanshawe Falcon team.
Yeah, they're a good team. They're in 4th right now. We're tied for second. We need to win this so we get our second seed in the NCAA.
5-game winning streak as well going into this game for your squad, Rob. What is making them play so well? Why the 5-game winning streak right now?
We're keeping them eager. The guys want to perform in practice. They want to perform in the games, and we can rotate anybody in. That's the big thing. We got guys that come off the bench and really support us.
You just were ranked nationally, I think 14th in the country. You're number 3 in Ontario. Obviously now you're starting to get some publicity. Maybe don't want that at this point, but just the same, it's got to be gratifying.
Well, it is. We've got a lot of work the last 5 years being here, and we finally got a club in here that is going to really work for us and put St. Clair on the map.
Good luck tonight. We look forward to watching your team. All right, Rob Lynch, the head coach of the men's volleyball team. Let's go back to our play-by-play team for the call of women's volleyball.
Yes, Neil. We're really looking forward to that men's match coming up. The St. Clair Saints men's team is a powerful team this year, and they're exciting to watch.
I noticed when they were talking about publicity that Mr. Lynch sort of shook a little bit.
And that falls out off the top of the net.
I think she was robbed.
Well, the Falcons are probably thinking that was a pretty just result. So that there's no hurt feelings, I also want to say a little hello to a couple of my other little grandsons who were born last year, Neil. I was blessed to have 3 grandsons born last year. Maybe we'll get 1 volleyball out of the group, 1 volleyball player. Little Jude and little Leonardo, who are both living here in Windsor, and they could be in bed. They might not be watching, but I want to say hello anyways.
I think they have those iPads attached to their cribs, so I'm sure they are. And I'm glad I didn't mention little Curtis, my grandson, who's I'm sure watching, wearing his little Lion one-piecey or whatever they call them.
Point Saints off the block, and suddenly it's 12-12. Looks like we've seen this before, Neil. Groundhog Day.
It was on the other night.
Yeah.
You know, it never changes. You know, I read somewhere, Dave, that Bill Murray got bit 2 or 3 times by the groundhog while they were filming that movie. That's probably why he got a little angrier early on in the movie, and then they taped the groundhog's mouth shut, probably. Uh-oh. Little controversy
Fanshawe
here.
questioning, might have been a back row attack, according to the coach of the Fanshawe Falcons, by Helen Wavy. Not ruled so, and the point stands, and then her serve follows up with another point.
What's happening here, Dave?
Again, the Fanshawe captain approaches Mark Eckert, the head
yellow
official,
card.
and that's a yellow card to the coach by head official Mark Eckert. It's a warning. Well blocked by Kaylee McKenzie, she read
Great
that
play,
step around.
great play.
Again, that play was slow to develop, Neil, and it gave the blockers time to get over there. And Kaylee McKenzie finishes the job. 15-12 Saints. Smart tip by Bignell.
Looks like Shalina had that with the pancake. Nobody there to pick it up.
Setter Darian Gropp with the serve. Saints come right back with a middle attack of their own. Sarah Yablonsky with a good hard cut by the block. They haven't scored often out of the middle tonight, Neil, but that one was effective.
Yeah, they seem to be just a little bit stronger than Fanshawe. Fanshawe is giving a great effort.
Touch on the block. Free ball to the Saints. Back set is a little awry, and it falls, fortunately for the Saints.
Looks like Taylor McDonald just tipped that one when it came over the net. It was sort of headed out of bounds, and then it just dropped on her hand.
I don't think Desiree Redding intended that result. I think she was trying to back set the right side, but she got away with it anyways, and the Saints are up as Fanshawe calls their second time out of the game. 17-13 St. Clair. And again, once we get past that halfway point, the Saints just seem to have a little more gas in the tank to be able to pull away from the Falcons.
Yeah, they were down almost 5 points at the beginning of the game there, and they kept them within sight and just played firm and slowly caught up. We know from playing this game that you can never stop playing because a team can get a whole pile of shots in a row, and all of a sudden that 5-point lead that you had is suddenly a 2-point deficit or something like that. So St. Clair playing some good, tough volleyball.
No bias at all, Neil, but as a setter myself, I'd like to point out that Desiree Redding has really come in and spread the ball around well for the
Yeah,
Saints.
she has. They're running plays off her, some nice back sets, some deep sets to the favorite setter, or not setter, the power hitter.
And she makes us look good by making an effective serve right out of the timeout as well. So 18-13 Saints.
5-point lead.
And that's big at this level. 5 points is almost a tipping point.
Shh, don't jinx it.
Down the middle again, the Falcons. Bignell with the point. Substitution coming for the Falcons. Randy Carey back in, number 4, to replace number 17, Courtney LaFleur. Coach Johnson has used just about everybody on his roster tonight for the Falcons. He's probably trying to get a good look at all of his players with next season in mind. Falcons are on the verge of being eliminated from the playoffs. And
there's that big front row block again.
18-15. Number 8, Taylor McDonald back to serve for Fanshawe. Shalina Horst fixes a bad pass. Blocked by Yablonsky.
Good
dig
pickup
by Monica Roche. But the Saints are unable to convert. Roche misses wide with the hit. 18-16. St. Clair clinging to a 2-point lead.
Went deep into the backcourt to pick that up. Too bad they weren't able to convert on the point.
Yes, Roche made a great save. Yablonsky with an effective hit down the line, but the libero, number 2, Abram Chelsea for Fanshawe is there to pick it up smartly, and Fanshawe converts, and all of a sudden, we're nip and tuck again.
That was a second hit ball too, wasn't it?
It was.
Yep, right into that middle hole.
Monica Roche with a good pass off the serve, and the Saints
should be good
with the tip out of the middle.
They returned the tip, went to the outside line, right on the line.
Sarah Yablonsky back to serve. One of the veterans on this team, Neil, she's a 4th-year player out of St. Joseph's High School here in Windsor, Ontario. She's been a Important player for the Saints ever since she enrolled at St. Clair College. Falcons respond.
1 point game.
Stephanie Bignell back to serve with the Falcons down 1. We're back at crunch time. Free ball. Let's see if the Saints can take advantage. And the block in the middle by Francis Ruiz again.
Kayla had a good swing at that ball. The block was up again, and we've got a timeout here, eh, Dave?
Call a timeout. Timely one by Coach Brecka, and here we are at 19-19, and it's going to be a 6-point game when we come out of this timeout. What are you going to look for, Neil?
What do I look for out of this timeout? Well, let's see. Based on, I think we'll see St. Clair playing some good play style volleyball, and they're going to set it up nice. We'll have a nice set, maybe a few little back sets, and some good hard-hitting volleyball. I think the little tippy stuff will come to an end so they can finish it off with authority here. And I think once again we could look for Fanshawe to use those ladies up in the front row to try and block anything that's coming over. We're about to find out with Fanshawe having the serve.
Well, we'll see if St. Clair is true to form and goes through their big hitters with the match on the line. And they're unable to do that off the serve. But they get a free ball.
Here we go.
And Kayla McKenzie cannot get the tip attempt past the block. Again, Francis Ruiz, stalwart blocking in the middle for Fanshawe, and they suddenly have their nose out front.
Some sloppy volleyball out there right now.
Sloppy play, no communication. 21-19, and number 5
substitution
for the Saints. Morgan Demers in for number 14, Kayla McKenzie. Coach Brecka pulling out all the stops, trying to stop this Fanshawe momentum. The tip works again on the middle.
Tip into the middle.
She's done that a few times tonight, very effectively. The Falcons haven't picked up on it yet.
Yeah.
So why not keep doing it?
Because somebody's going to be watching.
Fanshawe tried the same thing, but it didn't work. And that's smartly over on the third hit.
There we go.
Nice set. There we go. And to the leader of the team, Helen Wiebe. That's to be expected with the game on the line. She stepped up in the last game as well. And it's 21-21. Smart set by Desiree Reddy.
Yeah.
Ride your horses with the game on the line.
That's right. Oh, don't hit it in the net.
Missed serve by Morgan Demers, the Bell River graduate, seeing her first action in the match. Josipovic in again for Fanshawe, replacing number 11, Melissa Belanger. She's back to serve.
Game's winding down, and it's another close one. Fanshawe with a 1-point lead.
That
Make
hit
that
is out. Kayla Crow just missing.
That was a nice swing, too.
It was a good swing. She just missed on the right sideline. Line official Sam Sasso right on top of the call.
He's like a hawk, you know, Dave. And if you watch his feet move, that's so cat-like. There we go. Got that one.
In. Helen Wiebe again. And it's easy to see why the Saints go to her when necessary. She's got all the shots. Big break for the Saints. The Fanshawe, Laboro, Abram Chelsea mishandles that serve by Shalina Horst. 23-23. Must win by 2. The serve handcuffs the Fanshawe libero again, but she stays with it. And an effective right side hit.
Good aggressive play, good offensive play.
Well, Randy Carey made a great hit off that, and the libero for Fanshawe recovered well to make that pass because that serve moved a lot. Possible game point for Fanshawe. Big pickup, but the Saints are unable to convert, and Fanshawe takes the game, 25-23. So that leaves us at Saints 2 games, Fanshawe 1 game heading into the 4th game. And remind you, you are watching OCAA Volleyball on we-tv.ca.
It's not just about hockey, it's about getting your great education too.
Academics are equally, if not more important, than athletics. The Hockey Canada Skills Academy is a great opportunity for any student athlete to live their dream and chase their passion. It gives them an opportunity to get a workout in the morning, they're physically and mentally engaged, and it helps them as a student as well throughout the day. Our program is not just for the elite athletes, it's for everyone.
Great. My car's blocked in.
I got this. I think the parking brake is on. Geez, what's in this thing? Rocks?
Welcome back to St. Clair College, the new athletic complex, where we're heading into the 4th game of this match between the St. Clair Saints and the Fanshawe Falcons. St. Clair winning the first 2 games by scores of 25-20, 25-21, but the Falcons rebound in the 3rd game, 23-25 with a late push, and they looked aggressive and impressive in that late push, Neil.
Right from the start, they had the big lead, and St. Clair caught up, and you know, they didn't give up. Some teams would just fold, but Fanshawe held on and presented themselves very well in that game. And, you know, it goes true to form. In their first meeting, they were close games. St. Clair needs to work very hard if they're going to, you know, be a power here.
Yes, the Saints might have taken their foot off the gas a little bit in that last game, and it cost them. And now we're into a 4th game that I don't think the Saints, quite frankly, I don't think the girls anticipated it once they jumped ahead in that 3rd game. But here we are, and we'll see if the Saints can get the momentum back. Desiree Redding to serve to start the game. And first point of the night for Morgan Demers, the Bell River graduate, and 1-0 Saints on a well-placed tip.
Hey Dave, we've played in this gym. Do you think there's any difference between the sides? You have a green background that Fanshawe looks at, and Windsor's looking at a white background. Does that come into play at all during these games?
Well, honestly, Neil, I much prefer to be looking at that dark green background when I'm playing. But as a setter, you know, that's just my preference. It's a more consistent background, and I just find it easier to see the flight of the ball. So you would say, if my theory is correct, that the Falcons have the advantage in this game.
You'd think so, but then you're colorblind, so we don't. You're not really sure that it is green. Like I could be lying to you, and it could be blue or purple.
Well said.
Yes.
A missed serve by the Falcons, and it's 2-2. Sarah Yablonsky back to serve. Big block up the middle by Kayla Crow. Back row attack by Helen Wiebe, but the Falcons are playing much more aggressive and they're answering every call. Their defense has certainly picked up. Oh, well placed by Desiree Redding.
Excellent.
She saw that deep corner open.
Caught that coffin corner over there. You know, Dave, my son-in-law is a big volleyball player. He left so many divots in our lawn this summer that I had to rototill the whole thing. But I know he's watching tonight and enjoying it and seeing how, you know, these ladies probably could give him quite a game. I think they could take him. Got another tied game. Is that a surprise?
We've been tied many times tonight. And off the Falcon defense, point Saints, 4-3. Morgan Demers back to serve. Another one of the impressive freshmen brought in by Coach Brecka this year.
She has a very nice serve, a nice true line. Pretty hard.
Comes out of that Bell River volleyball program, which has been very strong now for a number of years. And a big hit again by Helen Wiebe. She's been the go-to gal tonight.
She's got very nice form as she approaches that ball. Comes in, 2 feet, curve, hit. Unties shoelaces on the other side.
Tough serve again by Morgan Demers, and you can credit that point to her, as that serve is shanked by the Falcon defense, and it's 6-3 Saints.
You know, you see it so often in volleyball where the team wins the first 2 games, and they sort of let up in that third. The other team, if they're close, come back, win it, and then you sort of give your head a shake and realize that you have to play a little harder if you're going to beat that team.
Stephanie Bigno back to serve after the miss serve by Demers. Kayla Crow with the tip attempt. First pass is made, but the Falcons can't play it any further, and it's 7-4 Saints with Shalina Horst back to serve.
Ooh. Through the block, almost picked it up, but
almost got there, but she didn't quite get deep enough into the net on defense, and feet kind of got stuck back behind the attack line there. And there's a shank serve, which the Saints will gladly accept, and it's now 8-5. Number 5, Darian Raup. Setting for Fanshawe. She's done a fine job tonight, Neil.
Yeah, she has. Very nice touch.
Number 17, Courtney LaFleur, comes in on the substitution for Fanshawe. Well-placed 3 ball. Shalina Horst picks it up. The step around doesn't work. Sarah Yablonsky's unable to get it in play.
Back set was a little, jammed her up a little bit along the net there. She couldn't get up over and keep it in play.
And the play's turned a little scrappy on the part of both teams again, Neil. We haven't seen a lot of classic volleyball rallies yet in this fourth game. Sorry.
Oh, nice dive.
Fanshawe has stayed in this game with better play defensively at the net so far.
You know, it's like Windsor's, St. Clair is missing by an inch or 2.54 centimeters. Everything is just out of bounds or just a little low on the net. They're being so close. They can adjust that and the score will be a lot different.
There's that strength being shown again at the net by the Falcons, but there's no answer for Helen Wiebe, that has been the case most of the night. If the Saints are able to get the ball out to her with a decent set to that left side, she has taken care of business more often than not.
Do you think the referees would notice if she just stayed in that position and didn't rotate the rest of the night?
It would certainly be to St. Clair's advantage. Strong tip by
there was a great
picked
play.
up by the Saints. Sarah Yablonsky converts with a hit that dusts the line, and we are up to 10-7 St. Clair.
Linesperson was right on that one.
Unfortunately, Helen Wiebe makes a rare mistake from the serve line, and it's 8-10. Stephanie Bignell back in the front row for the Fanshawe Falcons, and she has played huge defensively tonight.
Back row. I think they just want to put Helen in every player.
Swing and a miss.
That was a nice back set right there, and Helen hitting out of the back row. Not as hard as she's done, but still very effective. Fanshawe wasn't quite ready for it.
Well, and it resulted in a little miscommunication on the set there, and Stephanie Bignell was lucky to get a finger on it. Nice dig by Helen Wiebe to Shalina Horst, and she makes an extremely effective hard hit right down the right side of the court. Number 12 is sure an impressive freshman. Back row attack from Wiebe, and she's long and wide. And St. Clair is playing just undisciplined enough to keep Fanshawe in the game. And
some
it
debate
looks
on the
like
screen.
The
they
down
got Griff.
official is going to tell Griff to move on.
I knew they'd nail him eventually.
He was doing his dirty work quietly for most of the match, but he's just been disciplined.
Mr. Higgins going to his pocket to get his yellow card. I can see it.
I don't know if you can yellow card a mascot. It would be a first, I think. Miscommunication by the Saints, and they need to get their act together real quick here. Fanshawe hanging around.
Nice flat-footed spike there.
Little change of pace. Almost caught the Fanshawe defense off guard. There's that effective middle block again.
Yeah, I think that's why they got to go out to the power of the weak side, because the middle block for Fanshawe is just so effective.
Now all lefties just resented you calling that side the weak side, Neil.
Oh, well, you're a lefty, so I'll keep calling it the weak side. No problem here.
Saints, and it's 12-11. And we're once again locked at another close game, Neil, and it's been the case with every game. Want to remind you that upcoming this Saturday, February the 7th, the Saints will be hosting Cambrian College with the women's game starting at 6 p.m., the men's game at 8 p.m., and once again, we-tv.ca will have you covered for this game, so join us this upcoming Saturday for another exciting Saints doubleheader.
We got you covered.
Well said, Neil, and the Saints come out of this timeout quickly. Coach Brecka seemed to be animated, brief, but to the point, and I think she needs the team to focus right now.
Yeah, we'll see if the team lights up here.
Nice pass by Monica Roche. But again, the middle block, which has been the strength of the Falcons all night, is good for another point.
But you know, Dave, that set was about a centimeter off the net to Sarah. It was low
And
rate,
low.
yeah,
And
low
low.
at the tape. They couldn't help but block her.
There we go.
But they're not blocking that.
They're not blocking anything hit by Horst or Wiebe, for that matter, out on the left side, are they? Sarah Yablonsky with the serve.
Let's see if they start running more. They're outside. I was just about to say, see if they start running more plays outside instead of that middle.
Well, you can't stay out of the middle totally. Got to keep the defense honest, but
block in the middle again.
that's called for contacts.
No,
the
must be
referees
off the
felt
net.
that it did not clear the net. And we are tied at 13-13 with number 8, Taylor McDonald, back to serve for the Fanshawe Falcons. Nice pass by Helen Wiebe, but a block again. And that is basically the story of how the Lady Falcons have gotten back into this match.
They've stuck around in all 4 games with that block in the middle. Let's see if they go down the line with one. Not this one, free ball.
And eventually it gets in the head of your hitters. They're thinking now every time they go up to hit.
And Fanshawe is out hustling St. Clair right now. They're moving to the ball faster. They're up their block. They get off the block. They pick up the ball. Bang.
And there it is. Stephanie Bigelow with the quick hit out of the middle. St. Clair continues to look a little bit disoriented. The Falcons playing solid volleyball, starting with their defense. And suddenly we've got a match on our hands.
Mm-hmm.
Miss hit by Morgan Demers. 16-13, Fanshawe. And that certainly helps the Saints. As Taylor McDonald sends that serve into the net. As we mentioned earlier, this can clinch a playoff spot for the Lady Saints, Neil. And maybe the girls were thinking of that a little too early tonight.
Well, after you win those first 2 games, they seem to have just about. There we go. Helen Wiebe. Bang, down the line.
Bang, cross court, bang,
Yep.
down the middle. It doesn't matter. She's just hitting it.
I'd feed her for the next 10 points. Pancake.
That's up.
Oh, a little premature call.
The down
there.
official called it down, so it would not have mattered even if the Saints continued to play.
You
the
and I
ball.
really don't know anything, but it's, we're sitting pretty close.
Nice pass. Morgan Demers, the middle tip. And that's one of
They
the
watched it.
They have figured it out. First couple games that was working out of the middle, but no longer. And then again, another tip attempt, another pickup. Helen Wiebe.
I sent in a couple plays a few minutes ago, Dave.
Well, Neil, I think Coach Breck is probably thinking the same thing. Just give it to her. Ride her as long as it's effective.
Go with the hot hand.
Francis Ruiz. Falcons answer with their strength. And it really has been a study and a contrast of 2 different styles, how you run your offense tonight.
2 different offenses.
Falcons running everything through the middle and effectively, and the Saints running their most effective offense from the outside.
Yeah, they've tried a lot to go into the middle, but they're probably getting blocked 70% of the time in the middle. But great open shots down the sides, cross courts from Helen Wiebe. I think we got ourselves a match. 2-point game in favor of Fanshawe.
Monica Roche with the pass. She's been consistent all night. Kayla Crow just got over that one just a bit too much. On the net. Net violation, Desiree Redding. 19-16 Fanshawe, and the Saints are squarely in the danger zone right now. Weaving again. Falcons got a piece of it with the block, but she still powered it through.
The ball is, as soon as it comes out of her hand, it's heading down. It's got a nice top spin to it, hits the ground pretty early, and if you're not right there to pick it up, it's going to drop in. There's a block, and Helen again.
The hit, and the quick jump and the hit, and again she's stepping to the forefront. But that was a great pickup off the block by Sarah Yablonsky. She got her fist up just in time to get that very delicate ball off the net and keep it in play.
Once again, cat-like reflexes.
Something that you were once known for, Neil.
Oh, I still am.
And again, Wiebe.
Very nice. The one-lady show here. She's getting some great passes.
Well, at least offensively it is, and,
yes.
And Desiree has been smart enough to realize she's the hot hand right now, and she's giving her the ball.
There was a nice serve right there.
Good serve, and suddenly the Saints, who just a couple minutes ago were down by 19-16, have jumped in front 2019 with 4 straight points. And we're at crunch time again, Neil, and the Saints have their nose slightly in front.
Yeah, that might have been. Oh, okay. I guess we'll go to commercial. Reminder, you're watching OCAA Volleyball on we-tv.ca.
Adding new products or services to your brochure? Updating those drab business cards? Or looking to create a striking window display? In need of some screen-printed signs for that construction site or promotional campaign? Posters, vehicle wraps, and a whole lot more. At Angel Star Digital, our expert design and production team are ready to meet all your promotional needs. For samples of our work, check out our website at www.angelstardigital.com, or you can call us at 519-969-0712. That's 519-969-0712.
Here we are, out of the timeout quickly. Kayla Crow. Back to serve, number 11 for the Saints, who've just gone out front 2019 in this close game, and now they widen the lead to 21-19.
Well, you know, they rushed out after that timeout. It's like a quick snap in football. They get out there, make the play, and keep the momentum going with you. These have been great serves by...
Tough serve. And Sarah Yablonsky makes them pay on the overpass. The Saints showing their class right now.
Yeah. Those are hard serves by Kayla Crow there.
They are. The switch got turned on somehow about 5 minutes ago, Neil. And
look how far she starts her serve. And we know with that kind of ball.
A shank off the serve.
Yep.
Kayla Crow has picked the opportune moment to make her best serves of the evening.
Timeout.
On her back and her serves, the Saints jump out 23-19 with 3 quick points out of the timeout. And in desperation, the Fanshawe coach, Pat Johnson, has called another timeout. That leaves him with none. And he's going to see if they can stop this flow.
You know, serving that Mikasa ball, if you stand back a long ways, hit it as hard as you can, the last meter or two, that ball starts to move around, starts to move back and forth, and it's a hard ball to pick up. And Kayla's just hitting it so hard that she's been the difference in these last few points. Fanshawe hasn't been able to pick up those serves.
Yep.
Out of the timeout fairly quickly once again. I think they're trying to ice Kayla on her serves here. I don't think it's going to happen.
Fanshawe makes a substitution after the timeout. Jacqueline
Oh, she
Harding
lightens
comes
up.
in.
Oh, if they had all moved back for that
Good pickup
middle.
by Desiree. Redding. Saints keep it in play. Hard hit by number 4. Randy Carey misses, and suddenly it's match point for the Saints. And who would have thunk it 5 minutes ago?
I wrote it
Well,
down on a
maybe
piece of
10
paper. I
minutes
said, what did I say? Give the next 10 to Helen Wiebe and let her hit. There's a nice.
And she misses on match point.
It floated.
So
I think somebody opened a door at the last second, and that ball just sort of took off and went out of bounds on the serve.
Helen Wiebe, 25-20 Saints, and that makes the Saints victorious tonight over the Lady Falcons by scores of 25-20, 25-21, 23-25, and 25-20. So the Saints accomplished their first goal, which is to guarantee a playoff spot, Neil. Now they have to continue winning and hope that they can somehow get into one of those top 3 spots and host a playoff match for the OCAA playdowns. So Neil, what was your analysis of what you saw here tonight?
Well, I thought it was great entertainment. It was those people that are watching at we-tv.ca saw some entertaining volleyball tonight, and if they stay tuned a little later on, around 8 o'clock, we're going to see the men play as well. People here in the stands really enjoyed it. And, once again, the young ladies, I think, great sports. They played some super volleyball. There was a little bit of everything. Some nice touch by the setters, some great net play by Fanshawe. And I think you have to take a look at Helen Wiebe on her outside shots. So we're going to be going into Dom for an interview here in a few seconds.
Yeah, I think he's got Coach Brecka ready for an interview, so at this time we'll send it over to Dom and we'll see what Coach Brecka has to say.
Thanks a lot, Dave and Neil. I'm with the victorious coach here tonight, Chris Brecka. And Coach Brecka, maybe not the performance you'd like to see from your team, but nonetheless they found a way to win this game. And I think even more impressively, they won a game after losing a tough one against Humber.
We're working on our character a little bit. We were struggling to just finish, and we let them get too many points from our errors, right? Like, we were too generous in that regard. Our discipline was a little off today, and I mean, they've been playing fairly consistently so far this season, and sometimes these performances creep up on you.
It's a mental thing, that's for sure.
Absolutely
Does some of the play tonight maybe go back to that Humber game? Maybe carry over a little bit here?
Maybe. Again, I don't know. What I'm thinking is that, like, the pressure is starting to build. We're in a run for the playoffs. Obviously, we want to have a good situation. So I know that they're feeling it, and we know how important it is the games are. And when it's like you got to win this one, it's a growth thing for them. And it's one step at a time. And I'm glad they pulled it off today.
And now you have to prepare for Cambria, and that'll be another tough match, no doubt about it. How do you prepare for that? You got a couple days to get ready for that.
Well, we got to analyze this one, figure out what it is that affected them so much with this mental game, because Cambrian is very solid. Like, they're not dynamic like Humber, but they're solid. And so, I'm expecting it to be a good match.
Kind of like playoff mode for you now?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, we got to prepare for that.
All right. Good stuff. Congratulations, Coach. Chris Brecka, the victorious coach here tonight for the St. Clair Saints. They now improve to 9-5. Fanshawe falls to 4-11, and really in their last 8 games, the Fanshawe Falcons are 1-7. So not a good time to go into a slump, but we'll see if they can get out of it and maybe catch a playoff spot. So that's the story here in our first game here on we-tv.ca. The Lady Saints win 3-1 over Fanshawe. We're going to take a timeout. We'll come back in about 30 minutes time, and we'll have all the men's action for you as they'll do battle with the Fanshawe Falcons as well. Until then, thanks for tuning in. This is Dominic Papa wishing you a great night, and we'll see you back in about 30 minutes.
Manpower. That's our specialty. We use it to build infrastructure, like the $1 billion Parkway. That's real manpower in action.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Clair College Sportsplex in South Windsor, Ontario, the site of OCA men's volleyball action here on we-tv.ca. Good evening, everybody. My name is Dominic Papa, and certainly glad to have you along for the ride here tonight. OCAA men's volleyball action set to go here between the Saints and the Fanshawe Falcons. Let's take a quick look at the standings and see how this game shapes up. A huge matchup here tonight. The Saints sitting in third place right now, a 10-3 mark, 34 games won, 16 lost. Fanshawe not far off the pace, just 2 points behind the Saints. 9-5 record, 31 games won, 19 lost. So you can see how good both these teams are, how well they played throughout the campaign. The Saints have had a remarkable run. They're looking for their 5th straight win here this evening. Also, the Saints ranked number 3 in the province now, number 14 in the country. So what a run for head coach Rob Lynch and the gang there. They're hoping to continue that here this evening. Fanshawe, again, one of those teams, though, you have to be careful with, and they're looking to move up in the standings. So it should be an outstanding set of volleyball here this evening between the Saints and the Falcons. Our play-by-play team is all set, and they're in place for this evening's contest. So let's go over to courtside and check in with Dave Austin and Neil McTavish.
Everyone, back to the beautiful new St. Clair College Athletic Complex here in Windsor, Ontario, where we're now getting set to enjoy the men's volleyball match between the 10-3 St. Clair Saints and the 9-5 Fanshawe Falcons, and this is an important match, Neil, for both teams.
Well, I guess St. Clair comes in with a 14th in Canada ranking, and I'm sure the Falcons would like to diminish that somewhat.
Yes.
Just watching in warm-ups the springs that these gentlemen have on their legs and how high they can get up and put that ball down. Should be a fun game to watch.
It's an exciting offensive match, that's for sure. And sorry if I'm interrupting you, but I'm having a hard time hearing over all this music. And the Saints already have an automatic tie or a bid to the OCAA championships, but to give them credit, they have not taken anything for granted this year. They've gone out and played hard, and they're a veteran lineup. I think Coach Lynch will tell you that the time is now for this team. They have a number of fifth-year players, and they have certainly played up to their potential, and I think they have as good a chance as anybody of capturing that OCAA championship this year. So we'll see if they can play up to that level tonight against their perennial rivals, the Fanshawe Falcons. There's no love lost on the 401 between Windsor and London, as you know.
Yes, the rivalry continues as we move up the 401 or down the 401, depending on which way you're looking at it. I know Coach Lynch is very proud of his team, thinks that they have it, but you don't want to be sitting there saying, hey, we're really good. Just do it quietly and come up and surprise the rest. Should be a great game tonight.
Fanshawe to serve to start the game. Number 5, Kyle Weber, back for the Falcons. And we're ready to go. Up official, head official, Paul Higgins tonight. Mark Eckert, the down official. Saints start with a tip, and a tip in return. Not what you'd expect from two power volleyball teams to start the match.
It's almost like they're feeling each other out.
And there we go, on number 2.
Deflection out of bounds.
Camp off the block and out of bounds, and the Fanshawe Falcons draw first blood. You will find both of these teams will hit the ball hard, but they also both play intelligent volleyball. They're both well-coached teams. And there we go, number 10, Jason Hernandez, the go-to guy for the St. Clair Saints. Jason is 7th in overall statistics in the OCAA this year. He's averaging over 4 points a game. And
that was a monstrous hit by Jason.
And that's from his opposite side. He usually plays right side for these Lancers, which is an anomaly for a right-handed hitter such as Jason.
Now back and forth as you'd expect it.
Off the block. And back to serve, number 16, Mark Rumer. Souvenir. Jason Hernandez off the block on the right side.
I was going to go for that one, Dave. I guess you got to call seventh man. I wasn't able to say it fast enough. Seventh man, back of the hand. I would have had it back in play.
Serving for the Saints.
Great block.
Number
Double
18,
block there.
Peter Christian. Saints get their hands on 2 blocks in a row.
Oh, what a great
save
play.
by the center, Jean-Marc Lepin, and Jason Hernandez wipes it off the block for the point, and immediately,
what do you think
the
his
head official
vertical is,
Higgins
Dave?
wants to talk to the Fanshawe Falcons, and he's going to issue a yellow card. There must have been some unwanted conversation on the floor. He's speaking to the Fanshawe captain, number 5, Kyle Weber, at the moment. A couple of words about Jean-Marc Lepin, the St. Clair setter. The Saints lost, arguably, the OCAA's top setter early in the season, Josh Lynch, to a knee injury. Jean-Marc Lepin stepped in, the third-year setter, out of, give me a second here as the play goes back to action. I'll finish that story. Double contact on the setter.
Mr. Higgins calling it very closely.
He has started by calling it very closely. Jean-Marc is out of Essex High School, a native of Maidstone. And he has filled in admirably. The Saints really haven't lost a beat with him in at center, and that's a very, very difficult thing to do, as the center is the heartbeat of the offense. And there you go again, a great back set to the number 1 gun on this team, Jason Hernandez. Saints lead 4-3. Jason's been the bulk of the offense so far, Neil.
Did you happen to catch the pancake on this side? It was pancake-ish again.
Serve is long by Hernandez. And back for the Falcons, new addition, Dimitri Kansos, who's just joined the team recently. And he serves it into the net, returns the favor to the Saints. Kansos has picked up the Falcons offense. This is only his 5th match so far this year, but he's been scoring at a high rate up to this point.
You get the feeling this is going to be another one of those back and forth games, Dave?
Both teams looking to be probing the other team with some difficult serves, and we've had a lot of missed ones so far. No use serving easily to either of these teams. They'll make you pay for it.
Some great jump serves. A little soft one there, just when you think.
Travis Wagner, the middle hitter for St. Clair, way over the top of that ball, and the power tip falls.
That ball hit about 1 meter the other side of the net, straight down.
Speaking of number 2, Connor West, who just missed that serve a couple minutes ago, we want to say hello to his family out in Lethbridge, Alberta, who we understand is tuning into this game tonight. So welcome to the West family. We hope you enjoy the action and the opportunity to watch your son play. He's having a great season with the Saints. He's playing spectacular defense so far this year. Another missed serve. And that's something that Travis Weigel has struggled with all year. He comes out. Libero Josh Rankin goes in. And off the good pass, the Saints convert again, and that's so key in this power game. The men's game is a power game.
Sure is.
You must pass the ball well. Josh Rankin, the libero, has been a wonderful surprise this year for Coach Lynch and the Saints. He played the power position last year for them and embraced the libero position this year. And that's what you need, somebody who will embrace it. He plays it enthusiastically. He loves to play it. And again, he has really upgraded the Saints defense along with Connor West. So Josh should get some kudos as well for the improved defense that the Saints have exhibited this year. Jason Hernandez up high, but that's picked up by the Fanshawe libero, number 6, David Gundrum. up. They go right back to David Binder, number 17, hitting out of his natural right side, and he puts it down for a point. And it's side out, side out, side out. Saints remain ahead by 2. Top spin serve by Binder. And that's down. Number 13, Dimitri Kansos with the hit.
I'm amazed at the vertical, Dave. I'm looking at some of those guys, they're probably about 5'11". They got a vertical of about 1 meter.
And that is in. Connor West goes high and up and over the block, and there's a young man who's just 6'1", and he goes right over top of the block with that vertical leap.
See that lineman with his cat-like reflexes had his flag down for the end call again.
Sam Sasso.
Yeah.
Showing some agility on the lines tonight. Falcons answer. Number 8, the tall middle Derek Braun out of Ridgetown, Ontario. With the smart cut hit out of the middle. And number 2, Nate Van Kamp back to serve.
Just a reminder, you're watching OCA Volleyball on we-tv.ca. And seeing a really fine match here. Some great volleyball. Back row.
Big block, West up again, and he buries it the second time.
It's Connor West with a devastating hit.
Couple early impressions. The Falcons, this Dimitri Kansos, number 13. He's a large man, and he seems to hit a very heavy ball. That one was out.
That's
too
long
heavy.
gone. Only 2 weeks till Kitchers and Petchers show up in Lakeland.
And that falls in, a great serve by the Saints, and suddenly they're up 4, which elicits a timeout. Coach Patrick Johnson of the Falcons wants to stop the dam from leaking any further. 13-9 at this juncture for the Saints, and they've gotten off to a good start. Came out of the gate fast with Jason Hernandez, burying in the first 3 or 4 hits, and the Saints have continued on and playing just a little bit better defense than the Falcons up to this point.
And we've got a 13-9 ball game here. Definitely a power game. Very fast game.
Well, the Saints do have a sense of urgency this year, Neil. They start a number of fifth-year players. There's a lot of maturity on the team. Josh Lynch, the original center for this team, who, as I mentioned earlier, had a knee injury, is on the cusp of coming back again. Coach Lynch and his coaching staff have a difficult decision to make. Jean-Marc Pepin has been more than adequate in the meantime, but he has a good problem coming up with Josh Lynch returning to health. He'll have 2 very good, very healthy setters. We'll see how that pans out. We might get to see Josh a little bit tonight. Jason Hernandez back to serve again. That's mishandled by number 5 for the Falcons, and they're going to have to give up a free ball. Connor West again. And he seems to be on his game tonight. He must sense that family in Lethbridge is watching this game tonight.
I hope so, because if they're not, they're missing some great hits by their son. What a fantastic leaping ability.
Just missed. Good hard serve by Jason Hernandez.
That was the hardest serve of the night we've seen. Cat-like Sam out there making the call, though. Doing a great job of picking up the blocks.
Smart, smooth hit by number 5 for the Falcons. Kyle Weber, the captain of the team. Very little excess effort on that hit, but it's extremely effective. That is picked up by the libero. Big hard hit again by Connor West. Saints a little disorganized, have to give up a free ball. And great dig by Josh Rankin, the libero. He's right there.
Here we go.
That cross hit by the middle hitter.
Off the weak
Jason
side.
Hernandez with a heavy ball. That's picked up by the Falcons. This is the best rally of the night. Free ball again to the Saints. And
Everything's
Connor
set up
West
very
again,
nicely.
and it's picked up by Dimitri Cantos. And he's going to try the back row attack. Saints put it up. Connor West again.
He's had
great
three
defense.
good hits in this rally. Down the line.
The libero, David Gundrum, has picked up 4 all by himself in this rally alone. And another one. The rally continues.
They tried the little tip there, Dave.
Oh, finally, the Falcons. And the Saints win a very big rally. Coach Lynch up off the bench, applauding his own team on that one.
Oh, he just sprung off that bench, didn't he, Dave?
Yes, he did. That's as fast as I've seen Rob move in about 5 years. The crowd appreciated that rally as well. Best rally of the night.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Good hits on both sides.
Connor West with that tough. And the Saints continue to play great defense. Connor West on that dig. But the Falcons have an answer. And more often than not, it's Kyle Weber.
Kyle Weber with a great hit. Once again, a shout out to all the Fanshawe fans. Glad you're watching us tonight on we-tv.ca. We like you. Oh, tough break.
Served into the net by number 8, Derek Braun. And the Falcons just can't seem to get any momentum going tonight. And the Saints defense has a lot to do with that.
Yeah, anytime that Fanshawe's had a good attack, the Saints have defended it well with either a block or a pickup.
David Gundrum off the block. The dump by Jean-Marc Lepin does not work, and that is hit out. Back row attempt by number 2, Nate Van Camp.
Timeout Fanshawe.
Timeout again, Fanshawe. And we want to remind you you're watching OCAA Volleyball on we-tv.ca. Welcome back to the St. Clair College Athletic Complex, where the Fanshawe Falcons men's team has just used their second time out of this first game, trailing 17-12. And from my point of view, Neil, which is very close to yours, the Saints defense has just been a little bit of difference in this match so far.
Yeah, absolutely. They're down on the ground. They're coming off the blocks. They're picking the ball up. Nothing's hitting the floor. They seem to be just one step ahead of Fanshawe so far in this game. But, yeah, with 5-point difference, anything can happen, and it's only the first game of the whole match.
Yeah, we could be in for a long night here tonight. Both teams are highly motivated to win this match. And that's not, despite a good effort by the Falcons, that's not quite going to get to the net. Number 3 coming in for the Falcons, Harrison Connell. He replaces number 2, Nate Van Camp, on that right side.
Harrison Connell out of London, Ontario.
As are a large number of members of the Falcons' great volleyball tradition in the city of London. High schools such as Oak Ridge, Saunders, have been producing quality volleyball teams for years.
I don't see anybody south and west of London on their roster. Oh, great block.
Well blocked. Number 16 for the Falcons, Mark Mumer. double blocking with number 3, Harrison Connell. And that put an end to any hopes that Dave Binder had of putting that ball down. Nice pass by Binder, though. He comes right back, and Jason Hernandez off the block, out of the back row. He's been such an effective weapon all year for the Saints. He's averaging over 3.5 kills every set. Well played.
As you know, Dave, this Fanshawe team is no slouch, eh? They're ranked 6th in Ontario, so they're going to put out a quality product while they're here on this in this beautiful new sportsplex here in Windsor, Ontario.
They have designs on winning the OCAA championship too. They are certainly capable. They have the talent. The OCAA West is a strong conference this year.
Great block, great block. Jason Hernandez there again. See Jason's uncle up in the stands and his aunt.
Both teams a little bit tentative on this rally, and finally Dimitri Kansos puts it away.
Block out of bounds.
Saints hanging on, the 4-point lead. Quick glance at the OCAA West, and you see 3 teams in the top 15 ranking in Canada, and that attests to the strength of this OCAA West conference.
Dave, no matter what the score is at the end of this game, and I won't even guess at it, it's not going to be representative about how good both teams are playing here. They're sharp.
There's never any love lost when Windsor plays London. Derek Braun out of the middle.
Monster hit.
21-17, Dimitri Kansos back to serve for the Falcons.
Had Derek Braun on that hit there.
Yep.
Hit about a meter on the other side of the net.
Little mix-up on who is serving. And Connor West has come to play tonight. And here we go. Josh Lynch returns to action, replacing Jean-Marc Lepin.
I thought it was Coach Lynch going in there for a second. He was all ready.
I think many experts would tell you, arguably, he is the best setter in the OCAA, and it was unfortunate that he went down with a knee injury earlier this year. Great decision maker, great setter.
Oh, look at that! Look at that! We're not one to disagree with referees, so
no.
We won't mention that cheap lift that got called there. Great serve.
Number 9, the setter, Jack Daly for the Falcons, gets way up there and blocks Connor West. One of the few times tonight they've had an answer for Connor. And that's a heavy serve that Dimitri Kansos is throwing up there.
You watching that? He's probably throwing it a good 10 meters in the air and then jumping up and hitting it for his jump serve. Oh, there's a little touch of the tape.
That could be a mistake due to a
Timeout,
little
Windsor.
overexcitement on Josh Lynch's part, and suddenly we've narrowed to 22-20. And
So you're reminded that you're watching OCAA Volleyball on we-tv.ca.
so here we have it. The Falcons have drawn back tantalizingly close to the St. Clair Saints, who at one time had a pretty comfortable lead in this first game, and I guess we need to expect it. The Falcons and the Saints always compete against each other very intensely.
And this game is definitely an indication of that, Dave. When you see a 2-point lead, it could have been greater, but just when one team rises up, the other one puts up the defense, picks it up off the ground, or blocks it at the net, back and forth. If you're watching it, you're bound to be really enjoying it.
Okay, here we go again. Dimitri Kansos back to serve for the Falcons. And he's been effective to this point. Another block.
We got ourselves a ball game, Dave. 1 point difference. There we go.
Goes down. Travis Weigel out the middle, makes the important hit. Came off a very, very good pass by Josh Rankin. Serve.
As good as those serves were, St. Clair did an amazing job of picking them up and just couldn't finish it off with a great hit until that time. 2 points to go.
And that's unfortunate. The float goes long for Connor West, and it's tight in the neck time again. 23-22 Saints. Falcons back to serve. Substituting Ryan Daly comes in to serve for Derek Braun.
Take a look at these gentlemen's faces. You can see the focus. Every one of them wants that next point.
And this is a critical one right here. Jason Hernandez takes something off that hit.
That was a triple block, Dave. Triple block.
The Saints read the play nicely. Harrison Connell's attempt was turned back at the net, and now it is game point Saints. Travis Weigel serving. Kyle Weber answers for the Falcons. And now the Saints need a side out for the game.
Just a reminder to those people who are watching volleyball for their first time, you've got to win by 2 points.
Jack Daly back to serve for the Falcons. Nice pass by Connor West, and there it is over the middle. And that's Peter Christian with the big hit off the block, and it's 1-0 Saints after a 25-23 win. So, we got what we expected in the first game. A high level of offense from both teams. Aggressive play. Both teams came ready to play. And the Saints are actually a little bit fortunate to hang in there and come out of it with a 2-point victory.
Well, Dave, they played really tough. Both teams played tough.
Sending it over in a couple secs here to Dominic, who's got an interview on the sidelines. And we'll do that at this time. Over to you, Dom.
Thanks a lot, guys. I'm here with the captain of the Lady Saints volleyball team, Helen Wiebe. And of course, they were victorious earlier this evening, winning 3-1 over Fanshawe and improving in the standings. Congratulations on the win, Helen. Quickly, though, I know Coach Brecker wasn't overall pleased with the game. She was happy about the win, but what did you think of the performance tonight?
It definitely wasn't how we usually play. Since the beginning of the year, we've improved so much, and tonight we kind of did, we didn't play to our caliber. We all know that. It should have been 3 straight wins. It should have been better defense. It should have been a lot of things, but I mean, we pulled it out, and win's a win, so I don't know. I guess we'll take that.
Yeah, no, and you do take that, but I guess it shows the depth of this team, and I agree with you how far this team has come. Where even when your best effort isn't there, you're still finding ways to win, and that shows character.
Yeah, that's very true. I agree. It's nice to know that. I don't know. We used to it was hard. We struggled just to get a win. We struggled to get points. So it's nice. We have that. We have built our team to the point where we can even like you said, our best doesn't have to. It doesn't always have to be our best, but I mean, it does kind of suck. We can play way better. Compared to last weekend, we played against Humber and it was phenomenal. But everyone has their days. So I guess this was ours. It won't be happening next weekend though, that's for sure.
You're speaking about Cabring on Saturday. They'll be in town to take you on. Obviously, you want to win there. How tough will that game be?
tough. They're a lot better this year than they used to be too. I mean, they're taking steps from Humber too. They're good defensively, and they're all around just solid team. And I mean, as long as we don't play like we did today, we'll be fine. We played them in season already. We beat them, so we know how they play. We just have to definitely improve our defense and discipline on everything, and then we'll be fine.
Well, it's a lot of fun when you win, that's for sure. So
Definitely.
got to keep it going Saturday. Good luck. Thanks, Helen, and thanks for doing this with us. Helen Waby, the captain of the Lady Saints volleyball team, again, they were victorious earlier on this evening, winning 3-1 over Fanshawe and moving up in the standings. Let's go back over to Dave and Neil for the call of the men's game. Guys?
Thanks very much, Dom. And the statistics show that Jason Hernandez, as usual, led the Saints with 7 points in that first game, Neil.
I was just watching Dom's interview with Helen. Didn't she play a fantastic game today?
She did, and did you notice how much she towers over Dom as well?
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything mean, but yeah, she must be a foot taller than him.
Josh Lynch starting at setter, number 4 in the second game here. And he goes to the bread and butter man, Jason Hernandez, and off the block, and Saints are up 1-0. Always a bonus to get points off your own serve, Neil, in this power game.
Absolutely. Yeah, oh.
Josh has a nice serve as well.
He sure
He's got
does.
a complete game. And I know that the Saints have been anxious for him to get back. Jean-Marc Lepin, though, was stellar in Josh's absence. And
Nate Van Camp over in the Fanshawe team is no slouch there either. He just, from here, sitting down, he doesn't look very tall, but more, he can fly. He
got benched in the first game, and it was a bit of a surprise. There's Peter Christian again. Now, Peter was really effective in the first game. He had 5 attacks, and 3 of them went for kills, and he gets his first chance in this game, and he buries that for another kill. So
right in the center of the court.
He has been a great addition to the Saints this year. He's in his last year of eligibility, native out of Chatham, Ontario. And the Saints were more than happy that he came to St. Clair College this year. And there he answers again with a big block out of the middle. And the Saints are up 3-1.
Great setup plays, eh, Dave? When you take a look at it, the set is perfect. The pass is perfect. And the hits down.
Dave Binder into the net with his serve. Even though Dave is only in his second year of eligibility, he returned to school after being out of school for a few years, so he's actually the elder statesman of this team in terms of age.
Hey, maybe you and I should go back to school. What do you think?
I think we might have used up our eligibility, Neil, but it would be a fun thought anyways. Peter Christian misses with that attack attempt, just wide down the left side.
See that stealthy Sam Sasso got his flag up there pretty fast.
They've been working Sam hard tonight over on that side of the court.
Yeah, he could be down 10 pounds by the end of the game.
And he's in the pressure spot too. He's right in front of the fans. They usually have a lot to say about your line calls. Falcons 2 quick points, and they're suddenly in front 4-3. Nate Van Camp serving.
Little soft serve.
It's one of the few bad passes by Josh Rankin. That doesn't happen often.
Jason Hernandez with another good hit.
Josh Rankin with a big dig right there. But Fanshawe takes the free ball, and Derek Braun buries the set.
Derek for Bridgetown.
Jack Daly.
Looks like 6'5". I could borrow a few of those inches, I think.
There's one right to us. Connor.
Yeah, Dave, it was a double hit on you, I think.
Off the block.
Off 2
since
knuckles.
I touched it with one hand, that'd be difficult to call.
Let's ask Mr. Higgins.
Peter Christian serving. Nate Van Camp, but
Good
that's
pickup.
dug up by Josh
Great pickup.
Lynch, who is playing really good defense.
Oh, close one.
Off the block and out.
Yeah, you have to give the officiating crew
And it was not off the block.
some perps there. They've got to be fast and get their eyes down on that line, see whether it is on the line, whether it's out of the line. Little tips off the hands that nobody will admit they did.
Originally that was ruled no block, but Paul Higgins corrected that decision. So it's St. Clair point. No answer to that. Number 13, Dimitri Kansos, and he has played well so far.
Dimitri's from London as well.
Dave Henderson tried to play it off the Fanshawe block, was unsuccessful. Kansos, though, serves it into the net. 7-6 Fanshawe. And we have another back and forth tilt. Jason Hernandez with the float serve.
That's 4 hits.
4 hits.
Or a double hit there, I guess. These are pretty good seats for not having to pay for them, eh, Dave?
No, we can actually hear the St. Clair coaching brain trust talking in an animated fashion next to us. And a great dig by Josh Rankin.
Oh.
Oh. And Josh Lynch had the whole Fanshawe team fooled. He had them up on his set, and Travis Weigel hit the free hit long and wide.
Travis will come back. He's from Kingsville.
He's disappointed. You can see it all over his face.
I think he took a picture of that ball before he went to hit it.
Yep. He has
just
nobody up on him.
Said hit me all over it.
Well, there's where, as a setter, I don't like to question Josh's decisions. I would have gone right back to Travis again. Right there.
I would go back to, yep.
Because he's the last guy they're expecting him to go to.
Touch. Or you go to Jason Hernandez, who buries it down the line.
He uses the block once again. And he shows why he's one of the top offensive threats in this league. Front row, back row, he gets the job done. Connor West to serve. Missed pass by the Fanshawe captain, and it costs him a point.
Is there a touch there?
No touch.
No call from Mr. Sasso. The ball looked kind of funny as it was moving through the air, but
Fanshawe's claiming there was a touch, but they're not going to get the visiting team call on that one.
Maybe they could fingerprint that ball. Wonder if it's inflated enough.
St. Clair fooled on the overpass, and again, Travis Weigel looking a little sheepish on that. (10-9) Fanshawe. Setter Jack Daly serving. Good pass by Dave Binder. He hits it hard off the block, but it's picked up by the Falcons. And that set was...
He roofed him, Dave.
That was a difficult one to handle. Dave Binder all over the block. Number 15, Mike Burkett of the Falcons was totally handcuffed on that one.
We got ourselves a tie game. Surprise.
We've said that a few times tonight. Unfortunate free ball given up there by the Saints.
No touch on that one. Out of bounds.
And Burkett misses wide to the right side, the Toronto native in his second year with the Falcons.
I think somebody from Paw Paw, Michigan almost got that ball.
There we go, Josh Rankin. He plays large over on that right side, and it's such a luxury to have a setter. I want to remind you, you're watching OCAA Volleyball on we-tv.ca.
Manpower. That's our specialty. We use it to build infrastructure, like the $1 billion Parkway. That's real manpower in action. end to end over 1,000 strong, forming bridges, carving out tunnels, shaping roadways. Our manpower is in demand. Well trained, highly skilled, tough as nails. We've got what it takes to build your career. A solid career for building a better future. LiUNA. Feel the power.
Just before the break, Neil, it's such a luxury to have a setter who's 6'5", has great blocking instincts, and to top it all off, has ups. Josh Lynch certainly fills that bill for St. Clair College, and he's made a couple of plays in this game here, which shows why many people were eagerly anticipating his return.
Very nice hands.
And there he is again, on the double block with Peter Christian.
That knee doesn't look like it's bothering him too much. He had some good elevation there making the block.
Well, I know he's been looking forward to getting back. He's been chomping at the bit for a while. He's worked hard in the weight room. That beautiful weight room right behind us here in this facility. What a dig.
For those people who don't realize, St. Clair College has a brand new sportsplex that opened up this September, I guess. Running track up above. You got basically three courts, grandstands. Oh, there was a beautiful play. Going to the other side of the court, bringing the ball back, and still making the play.
And that's finally whistled. It appears that the Fanshawe Falcons coaching staff has just been given a red card. And I don't know if they needed to take that.
Oh,
because eventually the play was called correctly. The line official had her flag up. It was recognized by the head official, Mr. Higgins, and I think there was just a little too much complaining going on the part of the Falcons in the meantime.
Yes, because Fanshawe was given the point. They were a little late in responding. They complained about it. Mr. Higgins gave them a red. Point goes to St. Clair, and St. Clair also gets the ball. It's being explained to the captain now. He's coming back over to the coach to tell the coach what happened there. Point goes St. Clair. We got a 13-10 game.
I think that's going to change to 14-11. I could be wrong because there's going to be
13-11.
Going to point both ways. The Falcons won the point, but then because of the red card, give a point right back to the Saints. So while this is all getting sorted out, here goes the ball back to the back line of the St. Clair Saints court, and Josh Lynch will go back to serve.
It's 14-11.
It was 13-10 before that whole rally, and both teams ended up getting a point.
Well, it's unfortunate for Fanshawe. They lose the serve on that one.
And the point.
And getting an extra point.
Yeah. Still some discussion going on between the official scorekeeper and the down official. Official scorekeeper tonight is Mr. Louis Bordelin, a long time.
I thought it looked like Louis. Yeah.
Long time stalwart member of the Windsor volleyball community.
Yeah. Didn't recognize him in his foster grants.
Long-time coach at Holy Names High School. He's coached many young men in his storied career at that school. And the Falcons. Mark Burkett answers from his offside with an effective hit, 14-12. Binder, that is picked up by number 5. However, the Falcons captain, but it's all for naught. Saints score. Dave Binder back to serve.
Dave Binder had a nice hit there, a nice left-handed smash.
He is just as effective out of his natural side, which is the right side, but he plays left side for the Saints, a little bit of an anomaly, because Jason Hernandez is such an effective right side hitter, and there's a great block by Peter Christian. This has been the best match I've seen Peter Christian play this year, Neil.
That was a single block on that one, too. Got it all himself.
He's been effective this year, quietly effective, but he has really stepped up in this match tonight and has raised the level of his game. Binder misses, 16-13 Saints. Number 15, Mike Burkett, back to serve.
This is a time when they have to be careful. They've lost a little bit of that momentum that they had earlier.
This is where it's important that your veterans step up. And there's one of them. Nope.
Nope, off the antenna.
Off the antenna and out. Excellent set there by Josh Lynch. He went low to get it and fired it right out there to the left side, but a little too wide for Connor West to handle. Another nice set. Misses. And the hitters just aren't finishing at this time.
Yeah, we just said we were getting a little worried here. 1 point difference.
There you go.
And he answers it.
Setter Josh Lynch gives Connor West a little bit of room off the net to get around that block, and he comes through. 17-15 St. Clair.
Connor West at 6'1".
We had a St. blocker go up on the center, a St. blocker go up on the middle hitter, and that left only one blocker to go up on the left side hitter. Easy point for Dimitri Kansos. Great dig by number 15, Mike Burkett.
No, free ball.
Off the Travis Weigel hit. Travis Weigel makes them pay. He hits it on two after Jason Hernandez picked up the block.
See the athleticism of Jason Hernandez. He spikes the ball gets blocked, he's back down on his feet, picks the ball up and still makes the play.
Right there to pick up that tip. Back row attempt by Dave Binder.
Blocked out of bounds.
Kyle Weber uses the St. Clair block to score again. He's been their best player in my opinion tonight, Kyle Weber. Played a solid all-around game for the Falcons, and he's leading by example. He's their captain. The Saints pick up that block. There's Weber again with a controlled hit. Hernandez misses wide down the left side. And we're crunch time, 18-18.
Yeah, it makes for excitement, Dave. Good. Don't get up and have that Twinkie.
Us old guys, so we got to keep careful. Our tickers can't take too much of this, Neil.
I think we're due on this very court tomorrow, Dave.
Yeah. Nice
had to bring that ball back outside the antenna, and he didn't. He brought it back inside, so you can't make the play on that.
That's twice he's tried to make that play in this game.
Looks good on paper, Dave.
Overpass. Serious mistake there by the
Saints.
Saints.
A ball that says hit me.
But they recover. Dave Binder makes a nice pass. Connor West cannot convert. And suddenly the Falcons are up 20-18.
I think we're going to a timeout here, Dave.
Coach Lynch calls a timely timeout. He wants to talk to his Saints, and the Saints have let it get away a little bit in the last couple of minutes.
Well, you know, we were taking a look when it was about a 3-point lead there, and they were just sort of coasting. And Falcons have turned it on a little bit. They've got some great hits, some great defense, great blocking, and St. Clair finds themselves in a 2-point hole, but I'm sure Coach Lynch will muster the troops.
Yeah, he's got the full attention of his team over there on the bench, and we might mention that Coach Lynch has a very able coaching staff. A lot of experience on that bench as well. Sylvain Roche, who's in his 5th year as assistant coach. Jeff Austin, 3rd year as assistant coach, and they brought Steve Rogers in his 1st year on to the
It looks like cool heads will prevail, Dave.
They've done a good job with the Saints. Derek Braun serving for the Falcons.
There we
And
go.
The Saints do exactly what they're supposed to do. They come out of the timeout, side out.
Connor West down the line.
And now Connor West goes back to the serve line, and this is an important serve. 2019 Falcons.
It's actually very quiet in here right now.
It suddenly got quiet. I think everyone in the gym sensed the importance of this moment. Saints give up a free ball. Could be costly. And it is.
Ooh.
At this level, free balls are just not going to get the job done.
You know, at this level and with this score, you can't afford to do that. You've got to put the ball in play, put it down hard, make the other team work for it.
Good pass by Dave Binder.
Yes, Mr.
Oh,
Hernandez.
that was a great pickup by the libero for the Falcons, and he's done that frequently tonight. Another good pickup. And that is tipped
out of bounds. 2 back row hits right there. They were sensational sets.
Number 6, David Gundrum for the Falcons out of Port Elgin, Ontario. He's only 5'9", but he's playing large tonight as libero. He has been the architect of some great passes off hard Saint hits tonight.
Just got another back row hit.
Roll by Kyle Weber. Dave Binder with the attempt.
Oh, we can go under the stands for that one.
And the Falcons have to give up a free ball.
Okay. We're seeing some excellent volleyball right now.
Free ball. The Saints need to put something away, and they do. Peter Christian.
It's a new ball game.
21-21. First to 25, or win by 2. Let's see who's got the most left in the tank here.
I'm watching the Fanshawe coach. He's looking intense.
Off the block and out. Advantage Fanshawe. Well, this game is just as important for Fanshawe. They know they're in a tough division, and they want to get into as good a position possible as they can with the playoffs coming up. And with the OCAA championships down here in Windsor, they wouldn't have to go far down the road if they qualify for the Final 8.
Yeah. I think they'd like to show the home team that they're forced to be reckoned with.
That's out by Hernandez, and unfortunately, the Saints are now down 2 late in the match. Kyle Weber, the Falcon captain, back to serve.
Little soft serve.
Nice dig, Josh Rankin covering up the block.
They're getting a lot of blocks on it.
Free ball, and I hate to see that this late in the match. Josh Rankin again. What a dig.
The beautiful thing about this, Jim, is you can run to forever to get to the ball, and they covered a lot of ground there.
And again, David.
Oh, it's still alive, still alive.
Covers a lot of ground to make that pass. And again, they go up the middle, and this time it works. Peter Christian.
Almost looked like he bounced it off the top of his head there and knock it out. We've got a 1-point game. Fanshawe in the lead.
Josh Lynch with the top spin serve.
Goes to power. Oh dear.
That was almost a swing and a miss by Dimitri Kansos, but it worked.
And it threw Connor off on the timing on that one, didn't it? Thought he had a little slip. 24-22.
Match point. Oh, sorry, not match point.
Game point.
Game point. Got ahead of myself there.
It's okay. It's probably time for your bed.
It is. I'm usually in bed by this time.
Oh, great left-handed swing.
A big hit from his natural side.
Dave Binder with a monster shot.
Timeout, Falcons. Interesting timeout at this late juncture, but obviously Coach Johnson has something to say to his team of importance, and so here we are. Falcons 24, Saints 23. Falcons have first attack here as the Saints will be serving, and you know Coach Johnson wants a good pass right off the timeout.
Well, 25-23 was the score of the first game for the Saints. We're at 23-24, so anything can happen. What's your prediction, Dave? Who gets the ball on this one? Who would you feed?
Well, I know that Coach Lynch would love to see a good, hard, tough serve here. Find some part of that 900 square feet of the Fanshawe court, and that would be his optimal wish, I think, coming out of this timeout, and we're going to see if, I think it is going to be Dave Binder back to serve. We're going to see if Dave Binder can give him his wish.
Yeah, Dave's had that awesome serve too, so maybe we're going to see it. Get it over the net, hard down, maybe an ace serve here. What do you I haven't seen an ace all night, but
these kids are so quick, it's really hard to serve an ace these days.
Absolutely. There's the serve. Oh no.
And it's into the net.
He thought about it for too long.
Hard, tough serve, but as often happens.
Tough break, but we've evened it up. 25. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go to Dom, and just a reminder, you're watching OCAA Volleyball on we-tv.ca. Take it away, Dom.
Thanks a lot, guys, down here at courtside. A great match going on here between the Falcons and the Saints. We're tied at 1 set each. Jay Schufelt, the athletic coordinator here at St. Clair College, joins us, and thanks for doing this with us, Jay. And before we get into the complex and everything, you know, we got a new building. Everything's great, no doubt about it, but you have to staff the place, and you have a great crew here. A lot of people don't realize how much work goes into even setting up for a game day like today.
Oh yeah, there's a ton of work that goes into this. We start setting up probably around 4 o'clock. I've got about 12 students that are helping me do it, some full-time staff as well. And like I say, people don't realize the time and effort that goes into getting set up for a game like this. So it's really good too, because we get to give St. Clair students jobs, and they work with us year-round. They help with basketball as well, so it works out really well.
But it has to be a lot nicer to work in a facility like this.
Oh yeah, and this setup and stuff here is a lot quicker than the old facility too, and playing in a place like this, everybody loves it. The staff love it, the players love it, the fans love it. You can't go wrong.
Speaking of this facility, I know you've been showcasing it within the league, but at the end of this month, Jay, you get to showcase it province-wide, hosting the OCA Men's Volleyball Championships. What a great coup for this place in its first year to have a championship like that.
Yeah, we're really excited to hope that basically hosting the top 8 men's volleyball teams in Ontario. It's our first major OCAA event we're going to have here. It's going to be amazing. Our team's obviously doing well. We're in no matter what, but we're playing really well right now. We're hoping to pack the place. I think our first game is the Friday night at 8 o'clock. We don't know who we're playing yet, but it's going to be fun. And then because we're competitive and we have a chance to probably medal, it's even more exciting. But yeah, we're looking forward to it. Again, ton of work going into it. We're meeting probably twice a week right now, just getting things set up. But it's going to be pretty neat, and we're looking forward to having a lot of people here to watch it.
Yeah, and how could those people get some more information on it, Jay? Is it at the St. Clair website or OCA website?
Most of it will be on our website, saintsathletics.ca. We're just finalizing a lot of details right now. We're also excited to have the whole tournament broadcast on WeTV, so if people can't make it, they can watch online. But obviously, we'd love everybody to be here. But yeah, we're going to have, there's daily passes, there's day passes. We're just finalizing all those details, so we'll have those out very shortly.
For sure, I know you guys are going to do a great job. It's a great staff here, and you guys are doing such a good job with this new facility. Congratulations on everything, and we'll look forward to talking down the road for sure.
Thanks a lot, Dom.
All right. Jay Schufelt doing a great job, as he always does, along with Teddy Beal, Christy Gatto. They work so hard, and they do such a great job of coordinating everything that goes on here. We're going to go back to our great play-by-play team. They'll call the third set of this match between Fanshawe and St. Clair. Let's go back to Dave and Neil at the table.
You know, Dave, when we talk about the great competition between London and Windsor, we have to remember the old parts. That's the 55 and over bunch. That will be.
I'm sorry, Neil. I'm sorry to interrupt you there. I
Oh,
couldn't hear
I'm
you over
sorry.
this loud music. Go ahead.
Well, I can't hear
Go
you
ahead.
anyways, Dave.
Do your promo.
But anyways, no, the 55 and over Windsor team will be in Halliburton, hopefully not defending their silver, but going for the gold, and we'll be playing against a London team. Probably some of those, was Fanshawe in existence when those players were in the league? But anyways, that'll be in a couple weeks. Windsor's 55 and overs. Now back to much faster volleyball than what we're accustomed to.
Well,
Dave, how are the stats from that?
If you're in the Windsor area and you're over 55, you could have the opportunity to play volleyball on a competitive or even a recreational basis at this fine facility. We have senior volleyball leagues playing on Monday mornings, Thursday mornings, and Thursday afternoons. So if you are interested in playing volleyball, you have some experience playing volleyball, little experience, a lot of experience, look us up, and we're always looking for new blood, so to speak, Neil.
Somehow I think Windsor's going to come out here with some renewed enthusiasm. They seem to be very into the start of this game. Not that Fanshawe won't, but I don't think Windsor liked losing that last game the way they did.
No, I don't think so, and I think Coach Lynch told them about it. It's 2-0 Saints as they come out of the match, or the
nice little drop.
Make it 3-0. My instincts were certainly correct about Peter Christian. He has taken over the points lead tonight for the Saints, Neil. He's now leading the team with 11 points scored. He's certainly, in my opinion, having his best match of the season tonight.
Yeah, he's been a standout. Unfortunately, we've got another ball in the net there.
Dave Binder once again.
Dave's not happy about it. See the look on his face. I don't think he'll miss another one all night.
Mishandled by the Saints. Point Falcons, 3-2.
With the serve-receive rule being basically you can pick it up any ugly way you want to, that was a rare call and a good call on a held ball.
Well, that's the guy you want handling the serve, Josh Rankin. He does a great job. And Derek Ron tools the block once again. It's 3-3. Saints jump out to a quick lead, and Fanshawe quickly jumps back into it.
There's going to be no big leads tonight, Dave. Both these teams are too good, too talented. You get the feeling that if teams make too many mistakes, they're doomed.
That block attempt goes out. Connor West with the big hit out of the left side. Showing off again for his family in Lethbridge, I'm sure.
So they're a couple hours earlier there. It's just think, Dave, you're out in Lethbridge right now. You could still be up watching. What would you be watching at 7:30?
Family Feud.
Family Feud. Okay.
That's out. Jason Hernandez with the back row attack attempt, or he could be front row. St. Clair disguising their rotation very well right now.
Connor West pops that one a little deep.
I think he was trying to use the block there. It just didn't Didn't work. The plan
Yeah,
didn't work.
just wanted to put it just over the guy's head, but defender's head, but it might have shortened the court on him.
And again, there's David Gundrum. The Fanshawe.
A late whistle.
Libero with a great dig off a Jason Hernandez hit, and that young man has played spectacular defense tonight.
Sure has.
Falcons just have a little bit more fire in them than the Saints right now. You can see it on their faces.
That could be big. That could be big. Connor West with a nice slam there.
Jason Hernandez with the serve into the middle of the net.
You can't do that too many times. When you count up those serves that go into the net at the end of the game and you get like 4 or 5 and you lose by 2, you know the reason.
Good dig by Connor West. He gets up off the floor and he finishes the hit. Athletic play.
Now serving for the Saints, number 2, Connor West.
This is the point in the match where conditioning starts to play a part too.
Oh, absolutely.
Kyle Weber goes high for that.
That'll leave a mark.
Native of New Hamburg, Ontario. Captain of the Falcons.
Josh Rankin was close on picking that one up, but would hit him in the side of the head, I think.
I think I can see Mikasa spelled backward there on his forehead.
That little hole is the valve stem sticking out of the side of his cheek. Yeah, says he's a Walkerville secondary boy. Great school.
I've heard you might be one of the illustrious alumni from that school.
Well, that's a possibility.
Fanshawe in the middle of this match, just solidly siding out the Saints at each attempt, and they hang on to that 3-point lead, 10-7. Coach Johnson looking a little more confident in his Falcons at this time, and rightfully so. Free ball given up by the Saints. And they're finding single blocks.
Yeah, you can't do that. There's a timeout, Mr. Lynch is called.
Yep.
He can't be very happy.
So we're reminding you that you're watching OCAA Volleyball on we-tv.ca.
It's not just about hockey. It's about getting a great education too.
Academics are equally, if not more important, than athletics. The Hockey Canada Skills Academy is a great opportunity for any student athlete to live their dream and chase their passion. It gives them an opportunity to get a workout in the morning, they're physically and mentally engaged, and it helps them as a student as well throughout the day. Our program is not just for the elite athletes, it's for everyone.
Where the Fanshawe Falcons and the St. Clair Saints men's volleyball teams are locked in a 1-1 match tie. Game number 3, Falcons up 11-7 and serving. Peter Christian again. Point number 12 for Mr. Christian tonight. He continues to shine. He has been a bright spot tonight for the Saints, most consistent player on the floor.
You know, Dave, my phone keeps lighting up, and you know, I see people down in Florida, people in London, and I seem to have picked up a daughter's response up there in Toronto. Katie, the actress, wishing she could be doing the job that I'm doing tonight. You keep working like that, Katie, and eventually you'll be able to do something like this someday.
Yeah, best wishes to her. Talented young lady. Held ball called against the Saints setter, Josh Lynch, and it is now 13-8 Falcons.
This one's starting to get away. There's that magic 5 points we're at, Dave.
Yep. And this is not territory that the Saints want to be inhabiting at this time.
Time to bear down.
Short lollipop serve.
There we go.
Binder.
Oh, and
makes some pay.
Almost a ball in our lap. What happened to Griff?
Well, at least the Saints managed to keep it inside that 5-point threshold.
Yep, that's key.
And I'm trying to think back. I don't think in either match tonight, and I could be wrong, Neil, I don't think we've seen a lead of more than 5 points.
No, we haven't.
Now, I probably just jinxed it right there.
I watched for that number. We're back to 5 again.
The Falcons are on the cusp of changing that right now. With the serve, up 5, 14-9. Third game.
Oh, you're such an optimist. Nope, isn't going to happen, Dave.
Doesn't get away. Jason Hernandez answers.
That line seems to be open. Yeah, it's not really open, but they're not covering the line as well as they're covering the middle of the court.
The Saints are finding it very difficult to score on Fanshawe off their own serve, though. Fanshawe keeps siding out with regularity. What a great dig by Dave Binder right there.
Ooh, yes, that bounced great in front of us.
Great hit.
We could have made that call. In.
I couldn't make that hit, but I might be able to make that call.
Yeah, maybe. I think it left a wet spot on the line. Oh, just about got the TV monitor that time.
To an old volleyball friend tuning in tonight from the suburbs of Detroit, Mario Ermers. Mario's been contacting us, and wish you well, Mario, and like to see you across the river playing a little casual volleyball with us once in a while, buddy, when you're up to it.
Oh, what do you... Yeah. Okay, that was an out of bounds.
Out of the court.
Out of the court.
Too far off the court.
Okay.
And that was rightfully whistled down by head official Paul Higgins, and here we are, 16-11 Falcons.
There's that 5 points. Oh, he puts it in the net.
Kelly Farrell with the miss there.
Oh, he was trying to decide whether to hit that, whether it was in or out.
And there's a big block by the Saints.
That's big. Tide's starting to turn here, Dave.
Well, the crowd is hoping so. That's the first time the crowd's gotten excited in this third game.
Well, you got a bunch of 55 and overs. They don't get excited, do they?
All in bed.
Pinch them to see if they're awake. A lot of parents and uncles and aunts and grandpas sitting in the stands here at this beautiful new complex on the St. Clair College here online in Windsor.
Yes, the crowd is down a bit tonight from most matches here at the complex, but that's understandable. The weather is not the nicest out there tonight.
Yeah, it decided to snow again.
I know as we were driving up for the evening earlier tonight, the roads were very slippery and treacherous, so I can't blame people for staying home tonight.
No.
If that was their choice. Connor West with the serve.
And don't forget, it's cold out, too.
It is. And there's Derek Braun, who has been the answer in the middle most of the night for the Falcons. And substitution, some height coming in. Number 17.
Have we seen him tonight?
Mike Burkett.
Mike's from Toronto. He's 6'7". Whoa.
He cannot coach height.
Wow.
Looks like he's in there to put up a big block for the Falcons.
Yes. Okay, St. Clair, don't hit out of the middle. Oh, right out of the middle. Great hit.
Dave Binder hits it by him anyways. He says 6 foot what?
That's 6'7".
And Mike Burkett comes back out. Heat 18-15 Falcons.
That was
Saints
like
just sort of hanging around there at that 3-point mark.
That was like a one-block substitution.
Nice hit again. I've been
That one.
so impressed with Kyle Weber tonight. He does not expend any extra energy when he's hitting the ball, but he's so effective. An economical stroke.
Yeah. Scully the plays behind his back right now.
Peter Christian is hitting the ball with purpose.
Yeah, Dave, they hit another ball at us like that again, I'm going to take it and go home. Those are nice ones.
Another one through the block. Impressive night tonight for the young man.
Great block.
Off the
Unfortunately,
block,
out of bounds. 4 points.
Saints just can't seem to close that gap. And here we are at 2016. Kyle Weber back to serve for the Fanshawe Falcons.
Oh, he tried the little.
Almost didn't get to the net.
The little dink serve rolls down the face of the net.
He was laughing at himself as soon as it came out of his hand. He knew.
I think he threw it up and just let it go towards the net. I don't think he hit it. Go, go, go.
Wow, that was a big hit there by Kelly Farrell, the Tara Ontario native. At 6 feet tall, playing a lot larger than that on that hit.
Will Coach Lynch be going to the timeout pretty soon, you think? He's got his arms crossed. It's not good body language.
Josh Rankin with a nice pass. Jason Hernandez is blocked. And
There we
Connor
go.
West
Nice hit.
the block.
Connor West again.
Yep. It's been quiet this game, though. They haven't gone to him as often. But he has scored for 13 points tonight, which at this point in time is tied with Peter Christian.
Yeah, he's been very consistent, Dave. He had a couple early on in the game that went out, but he's on the mark. Oh, no.
Not what was needed right there from Peter Christian. That serve is missed, and it's 22-18 Falcons. Now the Saints are really under the gun. They need a run. They're running out of time.
Libero Josh Rankin comes in.
Good decision. Dave Binder decides to let it go.
I didn't even hear anybody call out.
22-19 Falcons. Again, up by 3, and
Oh, goodness.
Jason Hernandez misses a serve.
Yeah, you missed 5 serves. You got a difference of 4 points.
Dave Binder redeems himself right there.
Think we can do 3 more of those, Dave?
They're going to need him quickly now, Neil. We don't want to let the Falcons get to that 24 threshold.
And you can't let up and give them any little free balls either.
3 in a row. And that pretty much tells the story of this game. 24-20 Falcons, and their last 3 points have come off missed serves by the Lancers. Coach Lynch, not looking happy, calls a timeout, and the Saints are on the verge of possibly going down 2-1 in this very important match.
And Dave, it's been a tale of mistakes. You know, you've missed at least 5 serves, tipping the ball out of bounds. You take away those mistakes and you're in this game or you're leading the game. So in terms of the ability of the players, there's not much difference. They're very evenly matched, but you've got to be at the top of your game and you can't make mistakes or omissions such as they've made, or they're going to find themselves down 2-1. But the night is still early.
Well said, Neil. Well said. I agree with you. I think it's the Saints who have handed this particular game perhaps to the Falcons by their own mistakes, and I don't think they've made the Falcons work particularly hard for this game, and I know Coach Lynch is disappointed.
Think about how many free balls we've seen come over. I mean, they say hit me all over them.
Right under the Mikasa, right? Says hit me. Good pass to start this sequence, and great dig by Kelly Farrell, who's had a really, really good game. There's another free ball for the Saints. Out.
Okay. A famous man once told me that the next point is the most important point of the game. That man sitting over there in the corner is our flag man, Nimble Sam. Most important point of the game right now, Dave. Crowd's gone quiet.
Crowd has gone quiet in anticipation of the serve by Travis Weigel.
Travis Weigel, a Kingsville native.
A tip, surprisingly, by Fanshawe. And another dig. That libero for Fanshawe has been spectacular. And
that's all she wrote.
David Gundrum, one of the keys for the Fanshawe Falcons in the second game tonight. And we want to remind you,
you're watching OCAA Volleyball on we-tv.ca.
Bye.
Great. My car's blocked in.
I got this. I think the parking brake is on. Geez, what's in this thing? Rocks?
First kiss. She's thinking about a million things. Like, should I lean in or let him? Do I close my eyes or open them? But for him, he's only thinking about one thing. Did she have peanut butter for lunch?
Adding new products or services to your brochure? Updating those drab business cards? Or looking to create a striking window display? In need of some screen-printed signs for that construction site or promotional campaign? Posters, vehicle wraps, and a whole lot more. At Angel Star Digital, our expert design and production team are ready to meet all your promotional needs. For samples of our work, check out our website at www.angelstardigital.com, or you can call us at 519-969-0712. That's 519-969-0712.
Well, Dave, what do you think St. Clair needs to do to, well, they're down two games to one. We've got 5 games. What do they need to do?
Yeah, well, here we are, Neil. I mean, the Saints have played many matches like this this year. As I was mentioning earlier, the OCAA West is a very competitive conference, and teams like Niagara, Sheridan, Mohawk, Fanshawe, St. Clair themselves, Humber, all vying for coveted playoff positions. And I've witnessed a few matches this year where St. Clair has gone 5 games before the match was over, and this could possibly be another day. We're hoping it is.
Well, let's hope they can put it together. They're out on the floor. Seem very intense. Fanshawe seems fairly relaxed. This is dangerous for Fanshawe too. This is the time when they think, well, we got a 2-1 lead. All we have to do is win this, but you still got to come out and play the game. It's not an automatic, and the Saints are a pretty good team.
Well, the Saints make a significant move. Jean-Marc Lepin is back in setting as Josh Lynch comes out. And
he just served the ball. Great block, great block. That's it.
Jason Hernandez, Peter Christian in on the double block, and I think Coach Lynch's thought process must be, well, we won the first game with Jean-Marc setting. Josh Lynch set the next two. Played well, but we lost, and maybe Jean-Marc can bring the winning attitude back.
Another thing too, Dave, they have to, there it is. Big shot there. They can't be missing any serves. You can't miss that many serves and expect to win a game. But right now, Mark's gotten in two really nice serves. Here's serve number 3. Oops.
Oh, you jinxed him.
I jinxed him. Okay, that's only one.
But I don't think we can lose sight of the fact that this team has gotten where they are with Jean-Marc setting this year, up to this point. Coach Lynch has gone back to him, and we're going to see if it's the magic potion tonight, because the Saints need to get this particular game under their belt and see if we can go to 5.
Great save.
Back row attack. Jean-Marc Lepin attempting to make the save, and
yes, that's right. Contacted the ball above the net.
serving to the 1 spot. A strategy long advocated by many coaches in volleyball. Fanshawe answers those 2 quick points by St. Clair to start the game with 3 quick ones of their own, and they're back out top again. Number 16, Mark Mumer, back to serve, native of London, Ontario, as are many of the Falcons.
Just another shout out to those in London watching the game on we-tv.ca. And it's a great match so far. 3 games on the books.
Off the block.
2 evenly matched teams. We got a 4-2 score.
Fanshawe continues to ride that momentum that they built in the second game. Or third game, I'm sorry.
Yeah, they seem a lot more relaxed than the St. Clair boys do.
Little fresher.
They're trying really hard.
Little fresher. Well judged there by Dave Binder. He lets the ball go out.
Number 17, Dave Binder.
Dave and I are at courtside, and some of these balls that come over the net and close to the line, I mean, they're just a few meters away from us, and it's hard. You have to say, oh, in, out, oh. It's all very close. Fast action.
It all happens so fast at this level, doesn't it?
I'm still watching 3 points ago.
Nice block by the Fanshawe defense. Good pickup there by Kyle Weber, the Fanshawe captain of a Connor West bullet. Jason Hernandez.
Down the line.
Off the block. 5-4.
Jason's had that shot. It's a difficult shot to make, but he's had it whenever he's tried to.
Well, I think he was a little lucky he got some help on that one, because he shanked that one a little bit, but Fanshawe got a hand on it, and that's all that matters. And here we are, 5-5.
And they're back in the game.
They're still sparring with each other. Coach Johnson has really gotten into the game for the Fanshawe Falcons in the last couple. They're a well-coached team.
Oh. And the linesman gets hit in the foot and gets his shoelace untied.
Uh-oh, we could have an injured referee there. He's hobbling now.
Okay. No cat-like reflexes there. Got
It's
it.
up.
Pancake.
Great pancake by Jean-Marc
Smash.
Lepin.
Dave Binder's showing some emotion there on the ball that bounced down in front of him.
I think he
Under
thought
deflection.
his back row hit might fall in, Neil. I think that's why he was disappointed. And
Yep. Wow.
That's as close to an ace as you're going to get at this level.
Yes.
Dimitri Kansos has been serving hard all night.
Wow, how did he pick that one
The
up?
Saints recover it. Not that though. Derek Bryan. 8-6.
They're getting
Falcons.
overmatched at the net there. They're hitting into solid blocks.
And that's helpful to the Saints.
Number 10, Jason Hernandez.
Jason Hernandez with the float serve. Kyle Weber finds the court again. He's not the hardest hitter, but he's certainly the smartest hitter I've seen on that team tonight.
Yeah, he's catching those corners, a little dead area. Very high, at the speed that it's coming over, very difficult to cover it.
Derek Braun with the serve for the Falcons.
Oh, saw that coming.
Jean-Marc Lepin. Well
Nice
played.
little dunk.
Nice strong dump by Jean-Marc. He's 6'2" himself as a setter, so he's no slouch when it comes to the height department. And there's a big block by Travis Weigel. 9-9. We're tied again.
No, they're staying with him. They're playing a little more organized volleyball here. The Saints are.
They've minimized their mistakes this game compared to last, and I think Coach Lynch has to be pleased about that aspect at least. That's one of the few mistakes Kyle Weber's made tonight. He didn't have much of an angle, though, to be fair to him. Not a lot of places to go with that hit.
No. Coach Lynch is pointing it out to his boys that probably took too much of the line there and should have been over further.
Well, Jason Hernandez had an idea to go for that, but he just didn't get his hand up in time. To be honest, it's not been Jason's best performance tonight. You know, he looks a little bit tired. The Saints have ridden him hard this year. And there's another dump by Jean-Marc Lepin.
Maybe that's why Mr. Lepin was put back in there for his little dunk move out of the middle. He's done 2 of those.
Well, to be fair to Josh Lynch, taken by Dave Binder. To be fair to Josh Lynch, he has not played in 3 months.
Oh, absolutely.
There has to be some rust and the timing with his hitters.
Oh, I think Josh has played very well.
He played well for his first appearance back, but Jean-Marc is, I think, showing that he's got a little bit more timing with his hitters at this point in time than Josh has. That hit was barely in by the Falcons. Kyle Weber back to serve. Saints up 12-11. As I was mentioning, Jason just looks a little bit off tonight.
Well, they haven't been able to gain any momentum. They're not smooth. The transition seems a little rough.
12-12.
But they're in the ball game.
They go right back to Jason. That's blocked. Good cover by Connor West on that block ball. And Fanshawe answers.
Another free ball.
Mark Mumer, big hit out of the middle. Not the best pass from Dave Binder. And
whoa,
nothing he can do with that.
Boy, he blew that ball out of bounds.
It looked like a little bit of frustration perhaps on that one.
You're down by 2, you can't do that.
Nice pass there by
This
Josh
looks
Rankin.
good.
And that's taking care of business
line.
right there.
Is that Dave Binder with that one? Left-handed right down the line.
Jean-Marc Lepin, good serve down the middle of the court. And that block is made by Dave Binder.
Binder's gotten hot. A great
He is the elder statesman on this team, so they need him to show leadership at times like this, Neil.
Hit a great hit and a super block there a few seconds later. Got tie ball game.
Tough
For a
situation.
second.
Jason Hernandez was left alone on that island out there, one-on-one, and in this level, one-on-one usually isn't going to get the job done on the block. Dimitri Kansos makes them pay. 15-14, Falcons. Jason Hernandez gets one to fall. He powers it through the block, and I think we got a nail biter the rest of the way now, Neil.
The yo-yo game. Very nice serve.
Oh. Free ball given up by the Saints.
There's a kiss of death. And there goes Dave's papers.
That was my quickest move of the night.
Jaguar type moves, not just a regular cat.
Yeah.
The speed of the Jaguar.
Nice set there.
Oh.
Nice set, but geez, what a great dig by again, the libero for the Falcons. David Gundrum.
They've made some great
game
plays here.
defensively, and now the Saints are reduced to giving a free ball up again. And another free ball.
You'll pay, and they did.
Free ball after free ball is not going to get the job done.
2-point difference.
Kelly Farrell back to serve for the Falcons. Float serve taken by Binder. Hernandez powers that off the block. He might, and at least the Saints need him to get some momentum back. He needs a little personal mojo going now.
Yep. 1-point difference. They got the serve.
Peter Christian with the serve. Dimitri Kansos, hard hit, cross court. That block was out way too far. 18-16 Falcons.
Players spurring the bench on, getting to make a little bit of noise. That was a good hit. Connor West.
Hit there.
He's made some of the biggest hits all night. Unfortunately, they've gone for naught in a couple games, but that was a big one. Let's see if it picks them up a little bit.
It's alive.
Oh,
Binder gets
wow.
to it. What a play.
Come on, get over, get it.
And it does. But the block is out of bounds. Good defensive effort by the Saints.
How many meters would you say he ran to get that ball?
I'll tell you this,
15?
a lot more meters than I could have gotten.
Yes. It expands the size of the volleyball court when you run 15 meters off of it to pick up a stray ball.
It reminded me of you about 40 years ago.
Oh, I could still get out there.
Touch. And
another big hit.
Saints stay in touch. 19-18 Falcons. Saints back to serve. Connor West. These two teams, they're power teams. They are very effective at siding out. It's hard to score points off your own serve.
Oh.
Especially when you miss them.
Mistakes.
Setter. Jack Daly back to serve for the Falcons. He's had a solid game tonight. We haven't mentioned his name much, but he has distributed the ball nicely.
Okay,
and
let's
played
make
some
the play.
defense just like that. But they got
Great.
that down in front of
Great.
him. Smart play by Binder.
To the casual observer, it looks like he almost picks it up in his hand, just dunks it down the other side. But we know there's much more finesse than that. Great volleyball play.
Good serve right there.
Out.
Man.
Oh, Dave just broke my finger.
Off on that one, Neil. And the Saints have finally broken the dam and scored a point off their own serve. And it's tied 20-20. Another good serve.
Now they got an opportunity here. Some good play right here.
On both sides.
We really can't say anything because we're too busy watching the game.
Peter Christian with the block.
Is this Windsor's first lead?
21-20 Saints, a rally at the opportune moment. So the Saints finally put their nose out front and look to send this to a fifth.
Okay, so the next OCAA action on WE TV, a volleyball doubleheader on Saturday, February 7th, 2015. St. Clair College Saints versus Cambrian College. The women's game will be at 6 o'clock. Men's game following shortly after and around 8 p.m. WE TV, we got you covered.
The Saints looking forward to a doubleheader this weekend. Cambrian on Saturday, Boreal on Sunday. Both teams coming down from the North Bay area. Neil, it's a long bus ride, and after the Saints finish tonight, they'll get focused on that weekend doubleheader and continue their push for one of the top positions in the OCAA West, I should say. So we hope you'll join us this Saturday for that match against Cambrian. That's important for both squads. Both teams, quality teams this year, women's and men's, and providing great entertainment here at the St. Clair College Athletic Complex. And what defense they're playing at this moment. Jason gives up the ball, decides that he couldn't get there. Dave Binder and Travis Weigel playing great defense at the moment. But unfortunately, the Saints are not transitioning to an attack. Here we go.
There we
And Fanshawe answers. Jack Daly.
Yeah, they dodged the bullet on, wow, that's 3 free balls pretty well. Oh, tough break.
I think Fanshawe might have got away with a ball handling infraction there, but it's not called. St. Clair bench rises in indignation. 21-21. Kyle Weber, Fanshawe captain, back to serve, getting the signal from Coach Johnson.
He has played some good games today. Opportunity.
Dave Bent. Peter Christian, one of his few mistakes tonight. Into the net. Fanshawe's back out front.
Didn't get a net break on that one.
Oh, some miscommunication there by the Saints. Oh, Jason Hernandez, what a tough hit. and a timely one.
Jason Hernandez has had that shot all night.
Well, here we are in another nip and tuck game, Neil. St. Clair won the first one, 25-23. And Jean-Marc Lepin, unfortunate timing on that serve. Fanshawe came back in game 2 with a 25-23 victory of their own. Won the third game, 25-21. And they're leading 23-22 at this point in this critical fourth game. St. Clair trying to force a fifth and deciding game for this important match. And a substitution for Fanshawe, number 1, Ryan Daly, in to serve. Tough float serve, handled well by Josh Rankin. And that ball is smartly played,
good play.
Or not played by Jean-Marc Lepin.
Yes, it was a good no play on that one. Watching the line, the ball coming out of the line off to the block.
23-23, so here we are. Must win by 2. Binder misses. Josh Rankin in the back row trying to rally the troops.
Timeout called by Coach Lynch.
Match point here for Fanshawe. They are serving at 24-23.
So for those watching, St. Clair, to keep it alive, has to score some points and has to win by 2. Fanshawe just needs to get 1. So a lot of pressure on this next serve.
Yeah, it's come back to haunt them again in this game, Neil. They missed a lot of serves down the stretch in game number 3. And unfortunately, that bug has bitten them again. The last 2 serves they've missed at the very critical end of this game, and they look now at having to side out the Falcons.
Yeah, you miss that many serves, you got to buy a case of Faygo Red Pop. Well, big point here.
Here we go. Substitution going to be made by the Falcons. Large Mike Burkett, 6'7" out of Toronto, comes in, I'm sure for blocking purposes. And the serve is Kelly Farrell at this critical juncture.
This is big.
The bench up for St. Clair.
Nice soft serve.
Makes a nice pass.
It's alive.
What a dig
it's a
by
pancake.
number 15. What a dig. Got the hand underneath the ball. And again, he makes another dig.
Free balls.
And another dig, but this,
wow.
It's recovered. Fanshawe nearly going into the stands of that one.
Great offense, great defense.
There's their libero once again.
Wow.
Fanshawe giving up free ball after free ball.
Yes.
The Saints cannot.
Oh.
There it is, the block for the win. Well, St. Clair had their chances, no doubt about it. Fanshawe just kept playing great defense, and you have to hand it to the Falcons. They fully deserved it.
They sure did. Right there, I think we saw 5 free balls that Fanshawe gave up to St. Clair. St. Clair tried to bury each one of them. Each one of them was dug out or blocked, and if that's going to happen, you're not going to get a point.
That's a tough loss for the Saints, and you can see it on their faces as they go through the post-game handshake at the net. But again, you hand it to the Fanshawe Falcons. Their defense was superior at the end of that match. Their serving was better, and the Saints pay the price. They lose this important match tonight, 3-1 by scores of 25-23 St. Clair in the first game, and then they lost the next 3, 25-23, 25-21, and 25-23.
Well, the next time these two teams play, I think it'll be in the back of St. Clair's minds about what happened tonight. And I think they'll come out with a little bit more intensity. They'll eliminate some of those mistakes and put on a better show.
Well, St. Clair loses the season series to Fanshawe. The Falcons sweep them. They took a 5-set match up in London and a very competitive 4-set match here tonight. But the Saints, as I said, they have the automatic bye to the OCAA finals, and hopefully they won't rest on that particular thing. But anyhow, we're going to send it over to Dom for a post-game interview.
Thanks a lot, Dave and Neil. Great job tonight. A very entertaining game here at the Sportsplex at St. Clair. If you're a St. Clair fan, obviously not the outcome you want. Head coach Rob Lynch joins us. The standings just got tighter, Coach Lynch. St. Clair now sitting at 10-4. Fanshawe improves to 10-5. What were the keys in Fanshawe's victory here tonight, Rob?
They wanted the ball. They dug everything we threw at them. So that was one of the points that we had.
How about the serving parts? I thought at certain times just poor serving and untimely missed serves.
You know what? The serving, you have to serve tough in this league. If not, you're going to get the ball thrown back at you pretty hard. And yeah, we had a couple key missed serves at certain times. But, you know, it's nothing that we wouldn't do at 1-1 or at 24-23.
Okay. Now, you got Josh Lynch into the game, obviously. Jean-Marc Lepan, he's been playing very well. You made the decision to go back to Lepan there. How tough is that for you to I guess, gauge and certainly make that decision?
Well, it looks like Josh is still not there. His leg still isn't working. And I brought Jean-Marc in to maybe simplify it up, just getting the ball to the guys, not trying to do too much with the ball.
Mm-hmm. Not all lost here, Coach Lynch. Obviously, his team still has a very good record. They're still playing extremely well. There's some good, solid play here tonight. I guess you got to take something into Saturday night. What can you do to prepare for Cambrian?
Well, we're going to serve better. We're going to have a serving practice. But I think what we need to take into there is be more aggressive and finish the ball. We didn't finish the game. We were aggressive, but we didn't finish.
All right. Appreciate the time here, Coach. I'll let you get into the room with the guys, and we'll see you Saturday. Okay. Coach Rob Lynch, of course, he'll have the guys ready. No question about it. He'll work at it, as he mentioned, pick out those key points, break down the tape, and get things changed around. As mentioned, Cambrian's coming in this Saturday. Of course, the women play at 6 p.m. The men will follow again shortly after that, around 8 o'clock. Cambrian, the men's team, at 3 and 11. So a very winnable game for the Saints. But as Coach Lynch just mentioned, you have to bring your A game or else you're not going to win a contest here at the OCAA level. So that's the story here tonight. The Saints men's team lose 3-1 to Fanshawe. They are now tied with Fanshawe with 18 or 20 points, I should say, in the standings. So things really tightening up in the OCAA West Division. I want to thank Dave Austin and Neil McTavish, our play-by-play team, also our WeTV crew here, led by Christina Stoyovsky and the entire crew here putting together a great broadcast. Hopefully you enjoyed it. And come back Saturday night. We'll be back here at the Sportsplex with the 6 o'clock game with the Lady Saints, followed by the men. You can watch all that action live here on we-tv.ca. On behalf of everybody here at WeTV, this is Dominic Papa wishing you a great night. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you all again very soon.
One out of 7 children across Canada are at risk of going to school on an empty stomach. That's why Breakfast Club of Canada provides a healthy breakfast to school kids nationwide every day, which can help to build a bright future for Canada's children. But there are still many more children who need our help. So please help us provide breakfast to the children who need it. Donate now on our new giving platform, ICanGoWithout.com, and visit breakfastclubcanada.org for more information.
Manpower. That's our specialty. We use it to build infrastructure, like the $1 billion Parkway. That's real manpower in action. End to end, over 1,000 strong, forming bridges, carving out tunnels, shaping roadways. Our manpower is in demand. Well-trained, highly skilled, tough as nails. We've got what it takes to build your career. A solid career for building a better future. LiUNA. Feel the power.
Good evening, sir. Where are you coming from?
I was just at a buddy's watching a game.
Have you consumed any alcohol tonight?
I had a couple beers.
Thanks. Can I ask you to step out of the vehicle, please?
How many drinks does it take to impair your ability to drive safely? Having even just a few casual drinks can impair your driving ability to the point that you could lose your license for at least 3 days or more.
Hi, honey. Can you come pick me up?
Play it safe with alcohol. If you plan on drinking, don't plan on driving.